7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and this Stiefel dossier is loaded for bear today. Doug, the question for you is, what is the lead?
Oh, my. I don't possibly Mizzou moving up 5 spots in the rankings. Some NFL upsets. Hockey starts this week. I don't know. These are tough journalistic decisions.
What about the Mariners?
No, I don't think it's probably the Mariners. Yankees got roasted a couple times by Toronto. I guess we keep it. I guess I'd say keep it local.
Martin, what do you think? I mean,
it's Bama week. It's all about Bama. Let's count it down. Let's break it down. I'm a little concerned about the interior line play. We'll take some thoughts on that next.
Oh, Doug, special teams.
Okay. Well, if we can just block better, we'll be in good shape.
Nice take.
That should take care of the interior line discussions.
You are welcome to give your thoughts on the interior line by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Call in regarding the special teams. Callier and Thompson sponsor the phone lines 314-974-0101. And then you can gather with other TMA listeners, and that's youtube.com/TMASTL. If you do not have a text name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson will update it today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. And then Wednesday at 11 o'clock, he goes into hibernation until November 1st, brother.
Really?
I'm going to extend it till Thursday.
Unbelievable. What's going on?
Well, Friday, I didn't do it.
He was busy with the drops and the show.
Yeah.
You were firing drops?
Firing drops. And, when I change the text names, I'm kind of locked in on that, and I can't really be a Swiss Army knife. And Friday, Swiss Army knife is needed, so but I'll extend it until Thursday until the end of the program, because I love the listeners.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
Morning, folks of the city by the muddy Mississippi. That's from Gene the Dancing Machine.
Oh yeah, he was on the Gong Show.
YouTube.
Remember that?
Sure.
The Gong Show. Yeah. Chuck Barris would say, "Let's dance," and they'd bring him Gene the Dancing Machine.
You think that was a full-time job?
I think it was.
You're welcome to participate in there and talk it over with the other listeners. Your Stiefel dossier today. Chris Kerber, 8:15 as the Blues season opens up on Thursday, and the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, who is ready for the Fighting Tigers and Roll Damn Tide. 11 o'clock kickoff on Saturday in Columbia, Missouri. And then, Doug, unfortunately, at the exact same time, 11 o'clock on Saturday in Champaign, Illinois, the Fighting Illini host the Buckeyes of Ohio State.
Okay.
I mean, what a week for college football in the St. Louis metropolitan area. This time next week, we will have a better idea of whether these two teams can meet in Champaign, Illinois on December 20th.
Well, I feel much better about Mizzou's chances of beating Alabama after watching Alabama and Vanderbilt.
Oh, you're down on Diego Pavia.
Oh, he cost Vanderbilt the game.
Yeah, he really did.
With 2 turnovers in the red zone. Vanderbilt should have won that game. Made me think at least Alabama is vulnerable. They're not just a super team as they once were. So
NIL and the transfer portal, the great equalizer.
Mm-hmm.
I won my bet with the chairman, but I didn't feel good about it. I thought Alabama was going to start rolling. They did cover, which was the bet.
Boy, if you had Vanderbilt and 10.5 points, that is in the bad beat camp. What, Jam Miller ran one in with 20 seconds left?
Bama didn't look that good.
That's what got you the cover. I know on the FanDuel spread zone, which needs to have an emergency board meeting. I mean an emergency board meeting. We went a combined, Riz, Stalter, and myself, 1-10 on Saturday.
Oh, no.
1-10. The lone win. The experts.
There should be an angry mob out front.
The one win was really one that shouldn't have occurred, and it was me with Syracuse against SMU, which I believe was a Matt Kuchar backdoor cover. But, debacle. And I know both Riz and Stalter were on Vanderbilt plus 10.5, so they got hit with the Jam Miller 20-yard run. I don't know where the action was, like where the money was on that. But either way, I know some people who were emotionally invested because of their financial interests had to not enjoy the 20-second touchdown that allowed Alabama to cover. But yes, I agree. I have been in rewatch mode on Vanderbilt and Alabama, and Diego Pavia, who is the reason for their surge over the last 2 years, really blew it, and there's no other way to say it. I thought the way he carried the ball in the red zone when they were in a position to go up at least 10-0, if not 14-0, was irresponsible for a guy who only turned it over 4 times all of 2024. And then he threw an interception in the second half that was also off-brand and threw into traffic. And otherwise, I realize if you're just looking at the box score, you go, Alabama won that thing without an issue. But that is not the way that game played out. So I share your opinion, Doug.
Mm-hmm. The Alabama quarterback, Ty Simpson, looked great.
Yeah, that could be a problem.
He's going to be the concern there.
And their
slowing him
receivers.
down. He looked like an NFL quarterback back there.
But Vanderbilt was able to break off some big runs. So you're going to have strength versus weakness on both sides of the ball. Missouri's running game against Alabama's run defense, and Alabama's passing game and receivers against Missouri's secondary. Hello again, everybody.
Well, if we can just wear the right uniforms, maybe we got a shot.
Jackson, will they wear gold pants on Saturday?
No.
Oh, you mother.
I just don't think they will.
What about the helmet? Black helmet with the block M, please.
That's the hope. I could see an oval tiger making making an appearance.
Did you see that uniform Buffalo wore last night? Cost him the game.
You didn't like that one?
Cost him the game. Cost him the game.
The Buffalo Bills lost last night to the New England Patriots because of their uniform.
That's right. Wearing all white. The Bills have great uniforms, and they had to go and tinker with it. It cost them.
They didn't tinker with it. The NFL, it's called the rivalries uniform, much like the MLB and City Connect. So they were given these uniforms, and they have to wear them.
Fight back. Throw them away. They wear what you want to wear.
Throw them away.
Throw them away and wear what you got.
I agree. I prefer the Bills' regular uniform, but I didn't think that, that much different. They wear white helmets.
Oh, they were horrible.
They wear white helmets every game.
With a big buffalo on it.
Yeah, it was like a little shy. I didn't like how shiny it was.
It was awful.
A little shiny.
Terrible.
The winless or the undefeated, it's all gone in the NFL.
Yeah.
And Tim, looking at college football, you say it's not terribly accurate, but the tickets as low as indicator on ESPN.
What do we have here? Because I need to acquire 4 tickets for Saturday's affair in Columbia. If anybody's interested in a quick Venmo, you can have my money by 7:07, probably 7:10.
For Illinois, hosting the Buckeyes, tickets as low as $124. Florida State's at home, tickets as low as $25. But for your Missouri Tigers, Alabama matchup, it listed price $188, lowest tickets.
Yeah, I'm seeing $200 per pop. I got to pay that for a 3-year-old.
Now, whether this
take off that shirt, you hear?
That could be worth it.
Oregon, Indiana, $155. It looks like the Red River, say it with me, Jackson.
I can't.
Red River Rivalry.
Thank you.
We have to slow it down.
You better.
$318 listed price.
You say shootout, and Doug will have to tweet out an apology.
Need some time away. The schedule has Alabama and Mizzou at Memorial Stadium. Does anyone ever really say Memorial Stadium?
It is weird. It's like, I bet you could ask some Mizzou
Saban
people.
Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium.
Yeah.
Spurrier Field at Florida Stadium. Think about it.
Like, you could ask Mizzou fans, what's Mizzou's stadium actually called? And I bet a lot of people wouldn't know.
They'd say Faroe Field.
Memorial Stadium.
You are looking live. Doug, you going to be there?
No, I don't have tickets yet.
So should I ask for...
Yeah, pick up 4 or 5 for me, too, if you would.
I don't think you want to sit with a 3-year-old. Although, again, my wife has said the minute he starts acting up, and if anybody was at Family Golf yesterday, you got a little taste, just a small taste. I mean, a small taste. She will take him out of the facility. You call it Memorial Stadium. I call it Faroe Field. And then me and the 8-year-old can settle in and post on Tiger Board. He's got a great account on Tiger Board.
Does he really?
Yeah, he's really angry.
He wants to drink what's going on one play and
that's correct.
Gets a little
extended the next.
That's exactly right.
Get him a Twitter handle.
That's exactly right.
How about the guy at Illinois that spent all the money? They renamed the stadium, but it's still listed as Memorial Stadium in Champaign.
Memorial Stadium too.
And the guy with all the money up there that named the business school, and I'm already forgetting his name. He's supposed to have his name on the stadium. I already forgot his name.
Well, that would be fair.
Bill.
It should be Memorial something. Like in Wyoming, it's War Memorial Stadium, and in L.A., it's Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum.
You're getting tired of this Memorial thing.
Well, maybe localize it a little bit.
15-yarder for Bill.
For Bill.
See?
Oh, we had a great song Friday, Tim, that you missed out on.
We'll play it again
My
tomorrow.
Girl
yeah.
Bill.
What do we got going on?
It's a song called My Girl Bill.
It's a great one.
Who wrote this?
Unbelievable. Is that Jim
Stafford. Yeah, he sang it. It was a hit back in the 70s, I
No,
guess.
it's unbelievable.
I'd forgotten about it until the other day.
It's really good.
There's a song called My Girl Bill.
Oh,
My Girl
yes,
Bill. And
yes.
that lyric is the chorus. That's the chorus, you know. My Girl Bill.
We determined that it may have needed a comma in there.
Desperately.
And without the comma, it
There is
led to
none.
some confusion.
There is no comma. It's just no comma. Yeah, we'll play it, of course, after Billy Gilman.
Yes, William Gilman. Tim, Tridelt has a babysitting service. Drop the little one off at the Tridelt house, and when you return to get him, he will be a man.
Oh.
That's in the Warson Woods Wacko. Wow.
No, I wouldn't doubt if one of the sororities had a babysitting service. I suppose that'd be an easy way to get money for a bunch of girls that didn't want to go to the game or
That's not a bad idea.
didn't get a date or
Jackson,
something.
maybe we should open that up around college campuses throughout the SEC, Big 10, Big 12, and ACC.
There's a daycare right by my fraternity house in Mizzou, like literally next door.
I walk past your fraternity house after going every single game.
Yeah.
I might walk past it this coming Saturday. Are you going?
Beautiful grounds. No, I don't believe so.
What the hell's going on with you?
It's expensive, man. It's
You ball
pricey.
so hard.
Not that hard. Not that hard.
Just
so I
put a
need to get-
call in.
So it's going to be you and probably
Yeah,
Nick
pick up 4 or
Vaughn.
5 for me.
So 2. Doug's going 4 or 5. Jackson, you, and I want Herb to go.
Okay, Herb.
Martin, what do you got on
Kitchen.
the dossier?
I think I'm actually on TV that night because I think we're going to have guys going to both games.
Oh, wow.
Which
Strong.
I'm actually kind of excited about.
That's good
because
stuff.
the ILL game is on the 2 Fox. I think my colleague Kevin Ryan's going to go to Champaign. Colleague Jordan Williams is going to go down to Como.
Nice.
To Memorial Stadium.
Thank you.
To document. It's a big day. It's one of the biggest college football days we've had in a while.
I think locally, yes, I agree.
I'm trying to think of the last time Illinois had a monster matchup and Mizzou. I mean,
Just
a
sucks at the same
brand.
time.
Right.
But yeah, you're talking about the brand of the Big Ten, and you're talking about the brand of the SEC.
And both at home, local teams with a chance to knock them off. Slay the dragon.
Sure.
Over under 0.5 wins combined, Missouri and Illinois this Saturday.
Ohio State looked really good against Minnesota.
Yeah, I'd have to say under.
Julian Sayin is.
Oh, you're going under?
outstanding.
Yeah, I don't think either one
I'm
will
going to tell
win.
my 8-year-old to get on Tiger Board and attack you now.
Man.
Both games will be played at Memorial Stadiums.
Nice. I like that take.
I think Bama not looking good has got you. Just if you're a Mizzou fan, you're afraid to think it. You're afraid, but you got a shot there. You're at home.
The spread opened up at 4.5. It has already been moved down to 3.5. And the volume of bets, aka the squares, the over and favorite people, are on Alabama. But the money is moved that line to 3.5. Fun facts for no and foretell. It's a big line for Illinois, Ohio State. Do you see that number, Jackson?
Was it 17?
15.5 the last
15.5?
time I saw it.
I see
I mean-
14 and a half here.
Oh, so that's moved down too. How about that?
I think Illinois can keep it closer than that. Like if I'm talking spread wise,
I
I
need
would.
to text with that Kerry Davis and see what's doing with that secondary that was so beat up in Bloomington a few weeks ago. Plus,
Yeah.
they got that game. I mean, I need to know. You got Indiana going to Oregon this weekend. You got the Red River. Do not say shootout. Do not say shootout.
Because people will start shooting each other?
Thank you.
Okay.
Red River rivalry. You got Missouri, Alabama at 11, which is, of course, ridiculous, but you know my theories on that. You got Illinois, and I understand Illinois being at 11 o'clock because of the Fox deal. Illinois, Ohio State. I feel like there's another, Auburn, Georgia. LSU, South Carolina.
Indiana, Oregon.
I feel like I'm missing another big one here. But either way, I would like to know the following, and I mean this from a place of great sincerity. Friday night, this past Friday night, nothing on. And I say that, and I mean this with the greatest sincerity, because if Doug takes time away and I take time away, Martin, you might not be able to go to onboarding.
10 o'clock hour could be problematic.
It could be. The WNBA Game 1 finals, don't get me wrong. My family was gathered around the hearth.
I've got it recorded, so don't.
No
say
spoiler.
anything.
But there was nothing sports-wise on television Friday night. Nothing. Nothing. Why? For a sport that's having problem outside of its own little markets and fiefdoms like North County municipalities, why did baseball not have playoff games on Friday night?
I think it's because of the schedule, because they had Thursday.
Because they have so many effing teams in there that they have to balance out and give an off day. And then, so you get an off day on Monday, you get an off day on Friday, and then the National League teams get an off day on Sunday. Nice work, asshats.
Oh.
Nice work, comma, all due respect to my girl Bill. Nice work, comma, asshats. An opportunity to have some form of a monopoly on the sports scene on a Friday night. And don't get me wrong, I know you don't want to go up against the Las Vegas Aces.
No.
But an opportunity for baseball, and it is totally missed. So we'll have all 4 games go up against college football, and it is my conspiracy theory that ESPN shoved the good games of Vanderbilt and Alabama and Florida and Texas in the early window so baseball could have its own little window at night with only Mississippi State and Texas A&M and Florida and Miami, Florida State and Miami, which was very strange also. And then it goes up against NFL on Sunday. Nice work. Comma asshats.
Well, now,
If you just don't think about it too much, though, it all makes sense.
There were 3 first-round games still on Thursday, so those teams would have had to travel on Friday.
Well, I hope they would have been able to pull it off.
And then, well, I think there's always a day off between series rounds, isn't there?
Well, I mean, you're going back on a sample size of 2022, so the issue for the game is, what is your priority? I mean, you have to salvage as much as you can as far as viewership goes, and I just think it's a miss to not have that barren sports night in October, which is one of the busiest times of the year sports-wise, because the NHL and NBA will be starting up soon, along with college football and the NFL, and you miss that one window. I think it's a big miss, but it speaks to the issues they have with the schedule by having, 82-win teams getting it.
Well, like a team like Detroit was at Cleveland on Thursday.
I understand the results-oriented of the
Seattle
travel.
Saturday.
What I'm saying is you have to be able to plan it out so that you aren't in a spot where you're having 3 off days in 6 days, which is what baseball had. Monday, Friday, and Sunday. That's what the National League teams have. And now the American League teams are off. And so you got the glamour matchup of Philadelphia and the Dodgers today. And the Phillies and Dodgers will be playing an early game for those.
If you're the Cubs and Brewers, you played Saturday, took Sunday off.
Right.
You're
After
playing
having Friday off.
And they're playing Monday, and then they have Tuesday off before they drive an hour down to Chicago. Yeah. It's weird. And I don't know.
Norm Stewart after a bad officiating
I see
call.
you throwing your hands up like that.
Norm Stewart after a bad officiating call.
I think they always want a day off between series so they can kind of do the press conferences in the city where it's starting and the managers can talk and the starting pitchers can talk. I guess that's what it is. I don't know how they're going to get away from that.
Well, the only other way would be to start the playoffs Monday, so they have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. That would be a quick turnaround from the season ending. Sunday. It is bizarre, though. The Milwaukee Cubs, just sitting in Milwaukee on a Sunday and then off on a Tuesday.
So the Phillies and Dodgers, Doug, that's a 5 o'clock start on a Monday. 3 o'clock in Los Angeles, games in Philadelphia. And then the Cubs and Brewers, which are both located in the Pacific time zone, will start at 8 o'clock Central, 9 o'clock Eastern.
Perfect.
Nice work, asshats. Chairman, I think that's the title.
I'm excited for this Brewers series.
Charlie, though, is excited.
Okay.
Charlie Marlowe, AI.
And who would get the final say on this? You think they have a committee that works for MLB in New York that sits together and writes all
the
these
Associated Press college football voters.
They're the ones who do it? Yeah.
Spot on, Tim. Baseball blew it. Chicago only had to travel 100 miles. That's from Colonel, and then his last name is Angus.
But, Angus, they don't know that ahead of time when they make the schedule.
Again, that would be results-oriented on it. But what I'm saying is in advance, schedule this out because you don't want to be going up against college football in the NFL. And if you have a night like Friday where there is literally nothing, all due respect to the Aces, and don't get me wrong, I'm excited. But that is a moment to get people watching your product.
If you're committed to the wild card with this argument, would you move the best of 3 to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday?
Yeah.
And then if you
that would be better.
And then if you had your game 3s, they would be on Friday, and then you'd start the DSs on Sunday.
That would be whatever you can to not have an empty day on Friday when there's nothing else going on.
They could also give you Monday if you had a true tiebreaker. You know how now they don't play that 163.
Yeah, I mean, so the Brewers, excuse me, Martin, the Yankees and the Blue Jays finished with the same record. But what was the tiebreaker? Head to head. I mean, whatever. It's so awful.
So open that Monday for the tiebreakers, and then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. I think you could live with that. It pushes everything back just a tick, but that's fine.
No, I just think it's I think it's a miss. And like I said, my theory on what took place Saturday with college football's slate, I don't think that was a coincidence either. Just like I don't think it's a coincidence that Missouri, Alabama's at 11 o'clock. But Doug, I live with conspiracy theories. That's
Okay.
where I am. I'm in a deep, dark place. And then maybe it's because the spread zone went 1-10 on Saturday. 1.
Yeah, you're a wounded animal right
10.
now.
1-10.
That's
Louisville didn't even try to win. That was a
Jackson's on
that-
the.
that-
That's
did you
right.
have a little paper?
I rode on Louisville. And
Well, when me, Stalter, and Riz, for the first time on the podcast, picked the same game, and again, we don't organize this in advance, much like this show, and I'm like, ooh, that could be a problem. It's like on College Game Day when they all pick one team.
yeah,
it's a problem.
And it goes on Twitter right afterwards. But I liked the play. I liked the play, and Louisville didn't even try. That overtime was pathetic. They just let Virginia score. Pathetic.
Did you have paper on it?
That
Yeah.
sounds like he did, Martin. You don't get that
I sure
upset about
did.
Louisville, Virginia, unless you have some paper on
Of
it.
course, I had some action. I was writing. They all liked Louisville. I was like, all right, I like the play.
Okay.
I think Virginia's not. I don't think Virginia's all that good. And then there's 2 defensive touchdowns for the Cavaliers. Brutal.
Jackson, can I get a papers preview?
Yeah.
Papers preview.
Yeah.
So on the dossier, the Stiefel dossier, in
Yeah.
segment 7-3, Manny Machado goes full grandma when asked about assessing the
Yes.
season. But when you say he went full grandma, I always think the reporter goes full with the bad question. So is this a new twist on grandma?
No. I mean, it's just semantics.
Okay.
Yeah.
I felt like this is something, poor Jackson and Chairman Kurt get my TikTok and Instagram reel forwards throughout the weekend. This one, I think I sent on Friday, but I felt like it would stand the
Yeah.
test of the weekend. If you hate the sound, don't blame Jackson, blame me. But yes, I think in this case, I actually think Manny Machado is the one out of line.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, you agree with that? Okay.
Yeah.
I think he's known
And the way
for
he
that.
said it, too.
But I'm just
Never
fascinated
heard him
by
talk like that.
Yeah.
if he goes full grandma.
Yeah, so what'd your grandma think? But I don't think
Okay.
it's a textbook Cal May. Text into the program, 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox, and then participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Open up your YouTube app on your phone, type in TMASTL. Now you're in there and you're talking it over with 189 friends already in there this morning, including NY, John Scores, Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter, Spicy Sow, and Darth 007. That is what's going on in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And, of course, you are welcome to email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com with the great Seth Goldcamp, who will tune up your furnace for the cold weather. No need to do that, though, this week because we have forecast, Doug, of 80 degrees this Saturday for the glorious college football that we have in the St. Louis metropolitan area in Champaign and in Columbia. And it is still summer in St. Louis, even though we are in the second week of October this coming Saturday. Design Air Heating and Cooling, DesignAirService.com. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Online at DesignAirService.com. The longest running sponsor on TMA. Get your furnace tuned up now so it's ready to go because, we're going to have some overnights in the 30s here within the next 4 weeks, even though we're sitting here talking about it in a week with forecast temperatures in the 80s. That's the nature of the beast. It changes quickly. Be ready with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Chris Kerber's at 8:15 as the Blues open up the season and have some roster decisions to make here today. They open up the season on Thursday. You'll be able to catch all the action on 101 ESPN. And Gabe DeArmond on Missouri and Alabama. He'll join us at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA 101 ESPN, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. James Franklin.
Oof.
Arch Manning. It's hard not to put in perspective when you hear this, isn't it?
It really is. It just makes me want to weep. I don't know why, but it does. Because I'm such an emotional guy.
Beer Cats is not happy.
Why?
Okay, enough. Either get to Tim's golf from Friday or get to Arenado Cardinals attendance talk. It's from Beer Cats. Air Comfort Service text.
Does it mean we were too focused?
I guess. All right, let's hear about your golf.
There's not a whole lot to talk about.
Okay.
Beer Cats, we can do a Zoom. I'll do a Zoom for people interested in it.
And you get an interview about your golf round.
Do a post-show Zoom. You're welcome to text in with your disdain for the program at 314-399-9646. If you don't have numbers saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, Jackson is going to give you a name if you request it. I don't know if it needs to be a polite request or not, because I don't know how he handles things over there. But today, tomorrow, Wednesday, and Thursday, and then after that, he's done. He's done until November 1st.
Finished, okay.
And I think November 1st is a weekend, if I'm not mistaken, because All Hallows Eve falls on a Friday. Am I correct?
Does it really?
No.
Yeah.
Wow. What time to be alive?
Do you get all dressed up and hang out in Soulard on Halloween as a young single man?
No, I mean, I'm dressed up, probably not. But I like going out on Halloween. It's fun. But, I vampire fangs or something.
No, really.
I already got the skin complexion, so nice. Check. And then, I go from there.
People were tweeting at us that you look like Jerry Neuheisel, the play caller for UCLA, pulling off the big upset over Penn State.
I wish.
A little bit of that.
I wish.
You think he's hot?
I think he's higher than me.
Put that off.
Gosh.
Well, he asked.
UCLA hadn't won a game before that.
No, they have not, Doug.
UCLA not only hadn't won a game, they hadn't had the lead. They hadn't had the lead. And if I'm not mistaken, they had scored a total of 55 points in their previous 4 games, which included, who'd they play? Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia. No, they had played New Mexico.
Right.
Northwestern, and then Jimmy Franklin's crew flies across the country for regional rival UCLA from Happy Valley. And what is that? Is that like a 45-minute flight?
Well, probably 4.5 hours, maybe.
And they give up 27 points in the first half.
Well, they were tired.
That's actually what he said.
It was really.
Yeah, take a listen.
They were sleepy. Hit the lever charcoal.
Coach,
It's the lever
this is
chart.
Coach James
That's correct.
Franklin
Nice,
following a stunning loss to UCLA.
Obviously, we did not handle last week's loss well. We also lost some players in that game during the week, and then everything else, the travel, everything else. Did not come out with the right energy to start the game, and before you know it, obviously they get a touchdown drive and an onside kick, and now you're fighting. They gain confidence, and we're fighting for the next 3 quarters. So that's my responsibility, and I didn't get it done.
Well, you better get used to the travel, because your conference just invited in UCLA and USC and Oregon and Washington, and you're going to be doing a lot of traveling. to the
Oregon,
West
of course, also traveled across the nation
Beat
to
Penn
get
State.
to Happy Valley last week.
Well, they probably left Tuesday. Spent some time. We'll have the guys go to a brewery in Pittsburgh for a couple of days.
When you play at the Rose Bowl in front of tens of fans, and I
Tens
don't
of
care.
fans.
I don't care. It doesn't matter if the travel is long. You're going to come out flat.
It makes me sad that UCLA is bad at football. I prefer that they not just be a laughing stock. So
Yeah, but what if Jackson now becomes the head coach, Martin?
How about that?
Jerry,
Yeah.
he certainly was fired up. I love to see that.
The offensive coordinator carried off the field.
Yeah.
by-
I'd like to be, is it Tim Skipper, the head coach?
Yeah.
The interim head coach is getting dusted off. Everybody's talking about the play caller.
More people know the name Jerry Neuheisel this morning than they do Tim Skipper. Rick Neuheisel was actually in studio that game on CBS. Now that the Big Ten is on CBS, and here is what he had to say watching his son play a role in that huge upset.
Don't make me cry, man. Don't do that.
I got you, Shu. Come on, I got you, Tito.
Tito, stop.
Tito, I got you. Come
All
on.
of us.
Tito. Let him
To Penn State fans, I apologize. My dad goggles were on big time today.
Rightfully
But all of us as parents understand that.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if it's football, if they're singing in the choir, what have you. We're so proud of our kids. And when they get a chance to do what they want to do, and then they get a stage, and you get to watch them have that kind of success, makes it all worth it. And my wife is at the game today. She flew in there this morning. Sue, I hope you're having fun.
Here come the waterworks.
Oh, good for him.
Okay.
Yeah, Rick Neuheisel gets to watch his son there on the call on the CBS studio analysis side. And in UCLA, which became the first team since 1985 to be 0-4 or worse and beat a top 10 team. Doug, you know the last time?
No,
UTEP.
Okay, UTEP.
The University of Texas, El Paso.
Okay. It's hard for me to believe that UCLA could have fallen like this because it's a huge school, lots of money. You
Kay McNown.
Exactly, huh? You'd think they'd have all kinds of NIL money, all kinds of players to pick from in the LA area. Hard to believe that they could be so bad.
Great uniforms.
Yeah, great
Jackson,
uniforms.
Did you like that uniform matchup?
Beautiful. Go at the Rose Bowl, kind of tough to beat. Again,
Sunsets at the Rose Bowl, that's what you like.
love. But
Heaven's sakes.
the fan base not being there to support kind of hurts. I mean, it looked like a JV football game.
Again, sad. Let's go to you and me. Let's roll out to UCLA. I've never been to the Rose Bowl.
That'd be great. I'd
Love
love
to
that.
go.
Jackson wants the national championship decided on January 1st at the Rose Bowl, year in, year out, Martin.
Yeah, I think that'd be perfect.
Okay.
With the sunset.
The problem is it's a long way to go for the rest of the country. You know, if you want to travel to see your team play, that's a long way for most of the rest of the country.
Okay. They can again, we can fight through this, you know. Cross country flights. We got to be able to power through
we
that.
have them, but
my headphones don't work.
if you do it in
You seem, I could tell, a little frustrated
Yeah, that's
over
a
there.
good read, Martin.
Look how frayed it is. I feel like I'm going to get shocked.
Are those your own headphones?
Yeah, these are mine.
Didn't I offer to buy you headphones?
I
You
recall
turned me
that.
down.
I did.
And here we are weeks
And here
later.
I am regretting it.
Yeah,
I
weeks
should have
later.
taken the gift. What are you, a millionaire? You hate money?
now, who is that?
Junior Soprano. That's what his dad told him. Slapped him and said, what are you, a millionaire? You don't like money?
So JBB, Drew Aller.
Nice.
I always say it different every time. That's not a what'd your grandma think, right? He just gets kind of torqued off.
It's a college kid who's put under the crosshairs a lot, I assume, in his life, and probably going through it after the worst loss of his career.
Well, here is the Penn State quarterback, in theory.
All right, hit the lever, charcoal.
Are you guys still in the hunt for the playoffs?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that was it.
Guess that's settled.
That was it.
I don't know.
Did you want me to create more sound?
Jackson's AI interpretation.
That's what he said.
Okay.
Do you think you're in the play? I couldn't hear it, of course.
Sure.
But, do you think you are
Some
still
of
in
the
the
sound I send these guys, I feel terribly because I don't know what's going on with the microphone technology in 2025.
That's horrible.
But it seems like it might be optional, kind of like the tripod. Think Penn State might be regretting watching Bo Heisman walk in favor of Drew Aller, who at this point is certified ass. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Certified.
Well, they fell
Weird play
completely out of the
calling.
rankings.
Weird play calling going on with Penn State, running the ball in weird times. And they could take a timeout for the last play of the game and run one of the worst plays I've ever seen in my life. Went nowhere.
That was terrible.
It was awful.
I actually was watching it at that point, and I'm like, oh my God. Because I'm like, okay, Florida State or Miami is going to lose for sure at night. You knew that. Texas was already losing big time against Florida in the Swamp. And then you got this goofball fest out at the Rose Bowl. And as a Missouri fan, and as somebody who wants to see Illinois thrive because it's good for college football in the area, if both are alive for a college football playoff spot, I'm going, these schools are going to shoot up the rankings, and that is exactly what happened. Now, as we've delved into it, the rankings are a little questionable. There was a gentleman, Doug, who works at the ABC affiliate in Jacksonville who had Missouri ranked 20th last week, didn't like what he saw this weekend, and he did not put him in his top 25.
Yeah.
Lost the bye week.
I mean, it's just, what are we doing? But either way, so Missouri moved up substantially, 5 spots. ILL moved up substantially, 5 spots. Illinois at 17, Missouri at 14. Illinois takes on the number 1 team in the country in the AP poll, and Missouri takes on the number 8 team in the AP poll. 14 versus 8, 17 versus 1. Alabama only moving up 2 spots after beating Diego Pavia.
And both Penn State and Texas, they were top 5 at the start of the year, right?
Well, take a listen to this. Would you like a guessing game? Because I feel like you enjoy them.
I do like guessing games, yeah.
Who was the number 1 team in the country in the preseason AP poll?
I thought it was Texas.
That's correct. Who was the number 2 team in the...
Penn State?
That's correct.
Okay.
Number 3 team.
Oh, gosh. Ohio State?
That's correct. Number 4 team.
Oh, no. Oregon?
No.
Well, pardon the hell out of me. Alabama?
Georgia?
Nope.
No.
Initials, please.
I mean, this is 35 days ago, for the record. Jackson's favorite head coach.
Dabo?
Yes.
They were that high.
The top 4 featured 3 teams that many don't have in the top 25 now. And for the record, Texas, Penn State, and Clemson are officially, at the moment, not in the top 25. They were in the top 4 35 days ago. Oh, what a tangled web we weave.
Well, if you have a team that's had a lot of turnover, and a lot of them do now with the portal and everything.
Clemson had the highest percentage of returning starters.
Yeah. Well, then you should be able to get somewhat of a good gauge on how good they're going to be. But for a team that has a lot of turnover, how would you know? You're just guessing. You're just going on the reputation of the school.
Right. Well, even with Mizzou, you see Hardy coming in. Oh, he put up big numbers. Where? At Louisiana Monroe. Is he good? I don't know. Hey, this Trotter kid looks like he'll help. I don't know. A lot of it with the transfer portal, you don't know. Now, that's after Clemson boot stomped Bill Belichick.
Oh, my goodness.
38-10.
Martin, I saw that spread, and I thought, what in the number? I think it kicked off at 18. It's in Chapel Hill, and I'm going, I mean, I've seen Clemson. I've watched, sadly, multiple Clemson games this year, and I'm thinking, what in the hell does Las Vegas know about this game? Because in my mind, I'd set that maybe at 7.5 to 9.5. And when a line is that big and it doesn't really make sense, things like this happen. Doug, it became problematic at the half for Clemson and North Carolina. Jackson, do you know what the score was at the half? Was it 35-3? It might have been 28-3 at the end of the first quarter.
Yeah, they were smoking them. Dabo was kind of like letting Bill down easy.
I'm wondering if he my girl Bill.
My girl, that's what Dabo was singing.
Starting to think North Carolina's not really good, even though they've
just
got
awful.
It doesn't bother me at all to see Belichick get
I see him get worked over, I think of you.
Right.
I know you got to be enjoying it.
Doesn't bother me in the least. He was so rude and so mean to so many people when he was on top.
We'll take a listen. Now that he is flip-flopped, here is his response to how they're going to get things going in Chapel Hill following the Clemson stomping.
What's your message to the team after this win today? What you tell them?
I'll keep my conversations with the team between myself and the team. But I'll just say we're gonna work through it and work our way out of it. We'll get better every week and keep working every week, prepare for the next team, and be ready to go. And that's what we're gonna do.
Yeah, well,
that was actually a reasonable answer by his standards.
He better start doing something because his team is just dreadful. God, Their only wins are against Charlotte and Richmond.
I would pray.
If you were the Spider.
Wouldn't you want to be in there? Just pray. I would just love to see, like, the little student reporter for the Daily Tar Heel. Hey, Coach, What is it going to take to get the offense rolling? Just see him just obliterate. That would just be awful.
Guys, this year so far is showing that getting better players in the portal may be better than continuity. That alone will run Dabo right out of the game and into his mega church. That's from Al in Dadeville, and he loves the Georgia Bulldogs, who, by the way, are only a 4.5-point favorite on the Plains this Saturday.
Stinky
Sunday,
spread.
if you are in Australia.
So his point is it's more important to get really good players than to keep bad players on your roster?
Oh, Doug.
I think I would.
Dadeville's going to be mad at you for
I would
that
have to agree with that.
interpretation.
Yeah.
Well,
I'd have to agree.
in the past, in September, if you had a bunch of returning starters, that was the way that, and I'm talking about, that was the reason why I was super high on Missouri in 2023, for example, to localize it. Clemson, as I said a few minutes ago, had the highest percentage of returning starters, certainly from a playoff team and from the Power Four, and Clemson is in disarray. And so what you're seeing now, and I think it's probably why it's more like the NFL. I mean, imagine if there were an NFL top 25 and how goofy that would be. College football is now like the NFL. It's week to week. And so the overreaction that comes from the bubble of social media and these college football message boards, there will be a coach. I said this at the beginning of the season. It's certainly played out. But I'll say this right now. There will be a coach who has a team, maybe even in the top 15 in the SEC right now, who within the next 5 weeks, fans will be calling for their head. I would like to wager. I know it's difficult to say, well, I mean, you can find anybody getting people looking to fire him. But that is how quickly it's going to go. And if you look at these SEC team schedules now that they're done with the butt asses, minus that 1 week in November before rivalry weekend for most of them, that it's impossible for, whether it be Oklahoma, who's sitting there undefeated and considered a lock for the playoff right now. You look at their schedule, what they're going to have to deal with, or Texas with what they have to deal with, and they're already sitting there with 2 losses. Oklahoma, for the record, has Texas this weekend in what Doug calls the Red River Shootout, but he has already tweeted out an apology for that. At South Carolina, at home against Ole Miss, at Tennessee, at Alabama, at home against Missouri, at home against LSU. Have fun. I mean, if they only lose 2 of those games, you'd go, my God, Oklahoma's got to be a powerhouse. But there's a good chance that this undefeated team is going to lose 3 or more of those games, and understandably so. And either way, if they do win, then that means take your pick of Shane Beamer, Steve Sarkisian, Lane Kiffin, Josh Heupel, Kalen DeBoer, Eli Drinkwitz, or Brian Kelly. That means they picked up a loss. And with the exception of Kiffin and Drinkwitz, all of them already have a loss, and some of them multiple. So there's going to be some cannibalization here that's going to take a college coach with great equity into the depths of despair where James Franklin finds himself this morning, and he still has to deal with Ohio State and Indiana. So it's if you're going to react to every loss like that means the coach needs to be fired, then you're going to have coaches that have great equity right now having their jobs be called for within the next 5 weeks. That's not the way that it works. I'd be real surprised if they are calling for the head of Nick Sirianni in Philadelphia this morning after they got upset and blew a lead. I have no idea the gentleman who coaches the Arizona Cardinals, but considering I had the Cardinals minus 8.5, I would like to see him fired.
Oh, would you?
Jonathan Gannon.
John Gannon. What in the hell was going on out there, Martin?
Didn't Kyler Murray say that's how you lose 101? He said that's exactly how to lose. It's a 101.
Yeah, the thing where we keep seeing it with the running back. I know it's the 4th string running back because you had James Conner get hurt and then the 2nd and 3rd string got hurt. And he's breaking off, like a 60-yard run, and he does the thing where he tosses the ball before he gets to the end zone. So then they lose that touchdown. Then they have an interception literally in the hands of their defender, drops that. And Cam Ward, who for my money has the best soundbite to date of the year, with saying, keeping it 100, we ass now. And the Tennessee Titans go in and beat the Cardinals, who probably should have won that game by about 4 touchdowns.
And they could easily be 5-0, the Cardinals. They lost 16-15, 23-20, and 22-21.
Yeah.
The touchdown where he's going across the goal line without the ball, I think it was going to be 28-6.
That's right. And I've got the Cardinals minus 8.5.
And then Gannon just goes nuts on the sideline, too.
What would you tell a player who did that?
Boy, that one is
Let go of the ball about the 1 or 2 yard line. What would you say to him?
Get that, and on top of it, he had a defender right behind him, so it wasn't like he was just breezing into the end zone.
Yeah, the urge to be a showboat and the look at me thing is greater even than the will to help your team win a game.
But he didn't really even do anything. He just kind of tossed it. Like, what are you doing, son? Hold on to it so you can celebrate.
Guys, I had Arizona in my survivor pool. This is unfreaking believable. That's from Griff Part 2. Ooh.
Okay, well, get over it, Griff.
Yeah, but what if Griff was about to win the Circus Survivor Millions?
Well, then someone else will win it, so we'll be happy for that fella.
He would be released immediately if I were coach. That's from the 314.
They might be out of running backs at that point.
Yeah. It's a little thin out there.
I just
What do you
can't
think's
imagine
a-
how you'd face your teammates if you did something like that.
What do you think is a bigger bust, Texas or Penn State? I mean, at
Nice
Penn State, at least the Oregon game, they were there. They could have won. That was a huge letdown game. Obviously, UCLA, they just didn't show up. But I feel like Texas, the preseason hype, there was so much talk.
Turns out Arch Manning's not very good.
I think it's the combination of the fact that the team is poor, but then the guy that I'm sure many of their fans and plenty of people around the country thought was going to be the next big thing might really be poor, not just average. Johnny Manziel was on with our guys. God, I like this podcast. Jackson, you have this audio?
Yeah.
Shannon Sharp and friend of the program, Martin, Chad Ochocinco.
Likes that McDonald's a lot.
Told us he loves us.
And then he
Said,
didn't
"Hello,
remember
I love
playing
you."
at the Dome, although we called up some stats where he had a pretty good game at the Dome.
It's a memorable facility.
Yeah.
Johnny Manziel, who was on the sideline at Bryant Denny on Saturday with a Diego Pavia jersey. I don't know what's going on. And he was on one of the Stag podcasts I listened to last week. Was just flipping the bird to the Alabama fans. Then when it became clear Vanderbilt was going to win, he's yelling at them, or Vanderbilt was going to lose. He's yelling, at least we covered, at least we covered. Then Jam Miller runs in the touchdown, and then he just kind of shuts it up. But he's on with Shannon Sharp and a friend of the program, Chad Ochocinco, and here is his analysis of Arch Manning.
But where he went to school, when you go watch Arch Manning highlight tape and you see the dudes that are chasing after him, my grandma in a wheelchair moved faster than some of them boys they were chasing after him. Right. He ain't play 6A. Me and my boys were talking about this the other day. If you put him in 6A, Dallas or Houston football, right, you're going to see some dogs. Yeah, you're going to see some people who can play. He didn't play that competition. So this is his first level of playing guys who are real dogs. Right. You play in the SEC and you get an offer and you're a starter, you can play. You got the size, you got the speed. You don't see a lot of bums out there. So it's going to take some time for him to get used to that. And it's not his fault. That's just where he went to high school. I didn't go to a high school that was 5A, 6A in Texas, but my coaches were so gangster that they wanted to go play those guys in our non-conference.
Johnny Manziel's head coaches were so gangster that they played.
He ain't play 6A. Is that what he said?
Tough weekend for
He
Manziel.
ain't play 6A.
He also, like, Ty Simpson was getting interviewed by all the TV cameras, and he goes up and, like, gives him love, and it was, like, so obvious that he was trying to get on the TV shot. It's like, oh, my God.
Seems like he's trying really hard, even in this interview, to talk some tough talk.
I get it, but...
Do you get it, though?
You get it? What do you get? He's trying hard.
He's trying hard.
To be a brand.
Boys with Pavia, I
and
guess.
what do you say, all them... self-promoters?
Oh, all the self-promoters are janky, yeah. And
Janky. What does that mean?
But he's like friends.
What does that mean?
He's like friends with Drake, so it's tough because that's the guy who said that. So
some of the self-promoters get rich doing it.
No, you can absolutely get rich doing it.
Yeah.
The Mizzou A&M game, when Mizzou...
You can also be janky.
The Henry Josie game when Mizzou knocked off Johnny Football.
2013.
And the Aggies. Michael Walker on the sidelines, rooting on A&M.
Gig 'em.
When the game's winding down, we're all in the press box. And I asked some of the A&M people, I said, will Manziel come after the coach or is it locker room? They said, oh, he doesn't talk. And I said, well, Johnny Football? And they said, well, not the local media. He's only available to the national media. And I thought, oh, for God's sake.
I thought he'd be a little bit better in the NFL than he was because he was awfully good at Texas A&M.
Me and you were both on the air the morning after the draft, mad that the Rams didn't take him.
Yeah.
They took a guy, I think his name was Aaron Donald, But wouldn't you rather have Johnny Manziel?
Sure.
Yeah.
What were they thinking?
I don't know. Donald was only the best defensive player in the league for about 10 years. You don't want him.
Yep. We don't know our asses from a hole in the ground. But Dr. Brandon Pryor does, and he's at 100 West Dental on Manchester Road in Baldwin. And you can go to 100westdental.com, and you can schedule an appointment right now. No phone calls needed to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. Even if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. They have a huge offer going on that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign. That's right, $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental just by mentioning my name. And if you're not sure about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that'll show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with the procedure. It's 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100, 100westdental.com. Longtime TMA sponsor. Stiefel Dossier with Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond coming up at 9 o'clock. And the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:50. The program's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle, but maybe you've had a hiccup along the way. You're going to get into that new car with your friends at Auto Loan Pro, and they'll do it with little to no money down. Going to get you the best rates possible. Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. That's why they have the ability to get you the best rate possible. Making that large purchase gets a little complicated. They're going to help you throughout the process. And if you go to the website, AutoLoanPro.com, check out that free playbook. They put this together for you. It's going to help educate you on the credit industry and how to get the car of your choice in the future. They're part of the Lita family. AutoLoanPro.com, the website, real easy to navigate. Get that free playbook, pick out a car, and get the best rate possible, no matter what your situation. Financing a car, only one thing to know, and that is to choose the Auto Loan Pro.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. We got Monday Night Football action right here on 101 ESPN with the Jaguars taking on the Chiefs. Pre-game at 6 p.m., kickoff at 7:15 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
There it is.
This is wonderful.
It's a great song.
Was this controversial at the time? I mean,
no.
People were more progressive in the 70s.
No, it's two guys arguing over the same girl. And he's saying, hey, it's my girl, Bill.
Well, that's what they're representing.
But for a little while in the song, it's not clear.
There's no comma in the title.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who and why?
So this guy's talking to Bill.
He is.
I think so.
Yeah. Wonderful.
Well, I think it's hot.
I guess he's attempting to not get cuckolded.
Clip it off.
There's a sweet little piano underneath.
It is.
Can anybody control not being cuckolded? He's talking to Bill again. I mean, if you're going to get cucked, you're going to get cucked, and I don't know if there's a damn thing you can do about it.
Well, I guess you could just be a better person, and maybe she won't leave you for another
But
guy.
I don't think that just because you get cucked means you're a bad person.
Yeah, you're
No,
right.
but you've done something.
Now you're just cucking cucks.
Right, wrong place, wrong time, kind of.
You've done something
Bad choice.
that made her prefer someone else over you.
Unless she or he are predispositioned for that anyways. Doesn't matter who you are.
Like it's in your genes?
Oh, it's in your blood. I was born a bull.
Clip that off.
Thank you, Martin. You're exactly
Wow.
right.
I come from a line of bulls.
TMA 101 ESPN. Text into the program, Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. If you do not have a text inbox name, you need to text in, and Jackson will update it today through Thursday. And then he's not doing it again until November. So take advantage of it. 314-399-9646. Just a polite request. Hey, Jackson, I'd like this name. And then you also got that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where plenty of friends have gathered. 247 are in there, including Martin's Wildcat Agenda and Doug's Hole Inspector. They're all in there talking it over this morning. That's YouTube, and it's the TMA STL channel. You can call in, of course. Chairman Curtin monitoring the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And on those Collier and Thompson phone lines coming up in about 13 minutes, Chris Kerber will be with us. Blues opening up the season here in just 3 days. Gabe DeArmond with us at 9 o'clock, presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. That's your Stiefel dossier, along with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, it's time for some Yoff talk, is what it says on the Stiefel dossier.
Yoff. Okay, what is that exactly again?
Jackson, you have your Manny Machado. Is this a So What'd Your Grandma Think?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
It says, this is Manny Machado.
Do we get the open for Grandma?
Okay. One moment.
What do you got in your
Oh,
mouth?
he's not happy with you, Martin. I saw that. You see the restraint. If you're watching on YouTube, you got to pick up these. That's right. That's the read.
Absolute disdain.
Yep.
I just thought if we're
fire
gonna
at the pot right when I see that.
if we're getting into Grandma talk, we got to hear the open, bro.
Sometimes the media asks bad questions, like,
Congratulations.
Congratulations. I lost.
You lost?
Yes.
Oh.
or,
What went through your mind when you were told that the contract was done?
what's that? And when that happens, players will fire back.
I mean, are you looking to get into a pissing match with you and I?
That's a clown question, bro.
Now it's time for
So what'd your grandma think?
Okay, so this is Machado, Padres.
He had just lost Game 3. Wonderful umpiring behind the plate with Xander Bogaerts. And this is how it went down in the clubhouse in Wrigley with Manny Machado and a San Diego reporter.
Okay.
I know it just ended, but how do you assess a season like this?
I mean, what type of question is that, dude? My guy. How do I assess the season? We just lost. How do you think I assess the season? How do you think I assess it?
I don't know. That's what I was asking.
You tell me. What's a loss? We lost. How do you assess it? It's a loss. You lost. Come on, dude. I mean, you could ask better questions than that. Let's go.
Gosh.
Come on.
Thank you.
You know, wait till the last second to ask that question. Come on, bro. No better than that.
Kind of trailing off there. You know better than that.
I like how all the reporters afterwards, like, no more questions.
Yeah,
I'm good.
that's it. That's the one we wanted.
That'll do. I don't think we're going to ask any more questions.
I have to say, Doug, because again, this program, number one, does not kink shame. Number two, pro-liberty. And we also are not results-oriented. Jackson tells us to trust the process.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that question. Now, I realize oftentimes when the answer scolds the reporter, friends gather to cheer on for the athlete or the coach who scolds the reporter because the media is the enemy. But I think that is a fair question.
For sure.
Do you think so, too?
Oh, yeah. When the season's over, and you can say, hey, it's tough to do it right now. I understand. And a reasonable answer would have been, I don't know. I can't even think about that right now. That's okay. Or we really thought this was a World Series team, and anything short of that, even if we lost in the DS, I would have been disappointed. So, yeah, this sucks. I mean, you could still assess the season, or you say, I don't know. At this moment, I can't think about it. I don't think it's an unreasonable question.
It would be easier and take less energy just to say that than to go off on the guy.
I think Machado likes to be a little
prickly.
Yeah.
That is the reputation, Martin?
I think so, yes. What did he call John Jay, the instigator or something?
Yeah, they had a little thing going, and they used to be partners.
Yes, and then I think we talked about, I don't know that John Jay was listening to the program, but it was shortly after we talked about it. I was down there at Busch, and he said something. He was walking by, and he goes, I'm the instigator, right? Or whatever the phrase was that Machado called him. He referenced it. I go, yeah, apparently. So I don't know if he heard us talking about it. But Machado, yeah, I think he's a little cantankerous at times. Now, that question I think was fine. I think the one to Drew Aller, I say it different every time. I think that was a little too cheeky. Hey, you think you're still in the playoff hunt? After just getting obliterated by UCLA, I think you know the answer. I think that one was...
Yeah, Sarkisian was asked that exact question at the Swamp following the loss Saturday, and he said, yeah, you know, and everything's still in front of us, and it is, including a bunch of great teams. So I do think in both cases they are, but
maybe in that moment it's like really like until you win another game or two, just let it go.
They got Northwestern on the docket this weekend, so can't take anything for granted once UCLA gets you. But yeah, the Padres are done, and Jackson, do you think Mike Schutt will be out?
I think that the temperature's rising. I don't think there's any doubt about that. You know, you want to see some real success in San Diego. They've had a lot of hype, a lot of smoke, no fire.
Nice.
When a team like that gets bounced out, though, and it's 10 minutes after they just lost and had their season come to an end, it's pretty hard to come up with several questions that'll get guys talking.
Right.
Unless something controversial happened in the game. It's pretty hard. If they shut you out with that first answer, like, I don't know, man.
You already know you're doomed.
Yeah, it's not that easy to come up with good questions that you don't know the answer to yourself.
But I think that was a good question.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad question. But after that, where do you go after that if you're the reporter?
Well, he said something there, or you waited till the end to say that.
Yeah, it was the last question.
So it was after they went through, I guess, other topics. But I think that is a good summation question at the end.
And he put a qualifier on. He's like, I know you just lost. All this just happened, but can you? And it's like, okay. If you don't want to answer it, just be like, hey, it's too soon after the game. I can't really assess things right now. I'm sorry.
What was the difference in the series?
Right. What was the
if you wanted to, you could ridicule and make fun of almost every question that's asked.
That's right. That's right.
And we mentioned Belichick earlier, and I just noticed in the paper's Stiefel dossier, there's something about a student reporter in there that's being interviewed.
Not a student reporter, just a student.
A student.
At UNC.
Okay.
You want to hear it?
Sure.
All right. They were going to commercial break, and they led into commercial break with this.
Clemson making moves.
TCU I went to that game, and that was That was one of the saddest feelings I've had in university so far, and I've failed midterms before, so that's saying something.
Right into commercial.
Commentary.
Right into commercial.
Right into commercial. They went with that. Anna Yee was her name.
I've failed midterms, so I know what they're going through.
The stands in Chapel Hill
Oh, my God.
were absolutely vacated.
Yeah.
Vacated, as you'd understand.
Right. Wait, could you imagine a worse way to spend your Saturday than watch your team get their teeth kicked in?
With a coach who hates everybody.
Yeah.
And everything.
Are we thinking that Mike Jordan doesn't show up anymore?
I don't think so.
Opening night, all the hoopla.
Yeah. The ceiling is the roof. The roof
Why
is the
would you
ceiling.
do this? Why would you even want to do that?
That was when I was talking with some buddies on Saturday while that was going on, and we're just like, why did he even mess with this in the first place?
Ego. This is ego.
Yeah, it'd be one thing if it was
it's who he is. It's what he's done his whole life, and he's not ready for the rocking chair, so he thinks, go back and take another stab at it.
It'd be one thing if his alma mater was like begging him to come back, and this would be like a grand rollout. But this was took everyone by surprise, and everyone was like, "Are you sure you want to do this?" And yeah. I'm gonna bring.
But he thinks so much of himself and his coaching ability, and I'm sure he thought, "Oh, I can turn them around. I won in the NFL. You tell me I can't win in the ACC? Of course I can."
Doug,
Watch
will
me.
Bill Belichick be the head coach of North Carolina this time next year?
I'll say yes.
Can I put it in prediction?
Yeah, let's do a predictionary.
I'm going no. And
You're
feel
going no?
real good about it. I feel like I might be able to cash my chips in here within 2 months.
With it being his call, do you think, or mutual? They just like, you sure you want to do this?
I think it'll be portrayed as his call no matter what.
Yeah.
But you think they'd fire him, like push him out and say we don't?
I think he might just be like, yeah.
I think he walks away.
Yeah.
And just says
enough. This
Martin?
And the question is, will he be the coach at this time next year?
October 6th of 2026.
I will say no.
Okay. I'll say yes.
Yes, okay.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
Because where else is he going to go? This is it. If he walks away, then he's done.
Right. That's the finality of it. And I mean, they can't be worse than this year. So I think his get out of jail free card in a way is like, well, I took over so late, and let me get one real off season to bring guys in, then maybe.
It could be that one of the reasons he came back is he didn't like the way his career ended in the NFL, and he wanted to go out on a little happier note. Well, this would be an even sadder note.
Yep.
This would be even worse.
So are you a yes, Doug? You think he's sticking around?
I think he'll want to stick around and try to fix things.
Prediction area has been booked.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Kerber is going to join us here in a matter of moments as the Blues open up the season on Thursday evening. What a time, what a time. We got a huge week here in the St. Louis area for the sports calendar. Chris Kerber on the Blues. They got a situation here with Sonny yesterday at the skate. And then also the Lucic decision coming your way as well. Chris Kerber will give us his perspective coming up next. That's on the Stiefel dossier as we are in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. The show is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel.
Hey, listen, it's that time of the year where one thing is going on, and that is that the temperature is changing. So what do? You get that furnace ready to go. Get on the horn to Classic Air Care. Log online at classicaircare.com, and you make sure that they get out to the house and make sure that the unit is ready to go. Now, look, the biggest and most important thing you can do on your own to make sure that that furnace is ready to go is make sure that the air filter is changed. That's right. The cleaner the air filter, the less work the furnace is going to have to do. And you can book those online and buy them online at classicaircare.com as well. They're going to deliver them to your house. Look, they've got over 100 trucks on the street. They can get to you within 24 hours. This is the place to go to make sure that your home is comfortable. How do I know it? Well, for a year, they've been taking care of my home as well. And I've had the service techs come out. When something's come up, they've been ready to go. I heard a weird sound. I called them. They said, this is what it probably is. Sure enough, that's what was fixed. I'm telling you, folks, these guys are good, and they'll take care of you the same way they've taken care of me. It's Classic Air Care. Book them online at classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back. It's TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. We are in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program, and joining us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines for his traditional Monday morning appearance, Chris Kerber with us as the Blues get ready to open up the season on Thursday right here on 101 ESPN. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Good, and fired up to see things getting underway on Thursday. I want to ask you about some developments here over the last 24 hours. Roster moves, and then also Oscar Sundqvist yesterday coming off the ice with an injury. What can you tell us on your perspective on both of those developments, sir?
Well, I don't have any kind of an update. Team hasn't said anything on the Oscar Sundqvist situation, so we'll just have to wait and see. On his front, what's gone on there, but that is also one of the reasons why Larry Plow once said, Blues called up a player, and I can't remember who it was. But he said, they're not officially here until you see the whites of their eyes. And what he followed that up with, and then there were some defensive injuries. So what are you going to do when this guy gets healthy? What do you do when that guy gets healthy? He says, well, we're not going to worry about it until they are. Because these things, sometimes you don't even have to make a decision. And it's amazing how often that has rung true where, what decision do the Blues make roster-wise? Well, an injury, on Monday before opening night could mean you may not have to make a decision yet, right? So we'll see how that one plays out. Now, on the flip side, they did make the decision. They sent pretty much all those first-round picks, the young guys, down to Springfield. It was not unanticipated, not much of a surprise there. That's just simple numbers, where guys are in their careers and roster situations. So I think so far kind of all has gone pretty much as expected.
No big surprises? Nobody make the team that you didn't expect to make it?
Nope. I just think that where the Blues were last year, Doug, and how things finished off, they made the turn. And this is no longer like if they were still in a retool, a rebuild, or whatever. I really wish they would have picked a name so we don't have to go through like four of them every time you refer to whatever that was. If they were still in that, then I think maybe you see a Dvorsky, maybe you see a Stenberg break camp with the team. But because of the progress they made last year and then the signing of Bjugstad and Suter over the summer, to me, they clearly moved into the competitive window now. And so they don't have to have those guys up here. They don't have to, quote unquote, see what they can do. They have time to develop them. And then when they're ready, you hope you're bringing a guy up for good and he sticks. So, no, I don't think there's really any surprises. The only decision really left to be made is what happens with Milan Lucic. And, they have some times, they have some options. They can still sign him to an additional, PTO and get 10 days more with him to see if he's ready, see where he's at, So maybe a decision coming on that front sometime today before the rosters are due later this afternoon. But nothing else. Nothing else. I think that was unanticipated.
What do you think in terms of playing time with Bennington and Hofer this year? What do you think the splits will be with those two?
Well, listen, Martin, I think that's going to be one of the most important aspects, not just of the Blues, but just about every team this year. There's 11 games in the month of October. The Blues play 41 games between Thursday night and December 31st, so half the season. After the Olympic break, they're going to play 23 games. So I don't know if it's going to be 50-50, but I sure would anticipate it being pretty close to 50-50. I just look at it, and I know last year, I think that there was a belief that they would have liked to have seen a more equitable split at the beginning of the year, saving more of the goalie's juices for the end of the year. But the struggle out of the gate kind of dictated, especially with a young coach or a new coach like Drew Bannister, that you're going with the number one guy to get you there, and that, of course, is Bennington. To me, I think they have full confidence in this. I talked to Doug Armstrong. We're actually going to put that interview up on Curbside here in the next couple of days. And he tells us that he thinks he's got a top 5 goaltending tandem in the league. So barring something that, maybe one guy slips on that proverbial banana peel, I expect a pretty even split of goaltenders here in the early going just to get the season rolling. But it's going to be a grind, and they're going to need both guys. So I don't see one guy getting overworked.
Chris Kerber, our guest here on TMA. He joins us every Monday at 8:15 on the program. So Thursday night will not just be the Blues debut. It will also be you and Joey Vitale on the television side coming up this season. What has that process been like for you guys here over the last few weeks and getting ready for that?
It's been an awesome process working with guys like Phil Malika, Tim Papston. We've been traveling with these guys. Well, I have for 25 years, and Joe the last 7. So we know them well. Listen, when the broadcast is in such good hands like that, our job is actually pretty easy to come in and not screw it up. But I think it's going to be fantastic, Tim. I'm excited for the fact that a broader audience is going to get to see who I believe is going to be a national star when it comes to the analyst side of things, and Joe Vitale. I think the work behind the scenes that he does, the connection with the players, his ability to relate to people. You guys know that also well with his weekly hits. I'm probably most excited about that than I am about anything, and I think it's going to be good. There's been a lot of work behind the scenes. Just in terms of timing and how we, do the simulcast properly to make sure that, we've got both mediums covered with the respect that they do, especially in St. Louis with what people have been used to for so many years or over decades. So it's going to be fun. I'm just looking forward to dropping the puck on a season and letting the team tell us a story.
What will you have to do differently as a play-by-play guy?
Honestly, Doug, I don't think I'm going to do anything differently. The reality of it is when I look at and I go back to how Chaser and I did games and how Joey and I've done them, we've been more of a television style broadcast on the radio than traditional radio. And what I mean by that is, look, there's a neutral zone face-off, and nothing's really going on in the game, and Chaser or Joey have a story to finish. They finish it. Back in the day, it might have been somebody might be upset if you're talking through a face-off. And I just think our broadcasts, and again, this isn't just with Joey. This goes back to all that long time with Chaser. I think our broadcasts were more conversational along those lines that I think will adhere itself well to TV. And so, there's going to be adjustments in terms of, when the puck stopped on the radio broadcast, we could really talk about whatever we want. Now you've got producers, directors, replay guys, helping tell the story with you. So, how we do the replays and stuff will be there. But even that, for example, we dealt with replays on the radio. Joe would look at the TV and he'd go, well, as you see on the replay, and then he'd clarify whatever happened on the play. So, I don't anticipate, honestly, much of a different style needed from either one of us in this. It's just going to be a better balance now working with the crews that we're working with to help tell the story.
Final thought for you. I sense, and you've been calling games now for a quarter century around here, so you know the program and you can compare and contrast. I sense higher level of anticipation for the upcoming year than, I don't know, man, 90% of Blues seasons. And I think part of that is because the manner with which the regular season finished, so many people, as you made reference to, are returning. I also think, running parallel to that, and we may have talked about it, or we might have talked about it with somebody else, I can't recall, but I know we talked about the fact that the Cardinals were kind of blah, kind of might be being polite this year, that there is a real hunger for this season to start locally. Do you sense that in comparing it to other years you've been on the call?
I get the feeling that this is one of the most anticipated seasons that I've been around for since I've been here. I mean, to me, it's easily got to be top 5. And the only reason I say that is I really have to rack my brain to figure out some of the other 4, right?
Yeah.
But those teams in the early 2000s, you know, Tim, when you're traveling out to Vancouver and stuff with us, when you've got Pronger and McKenna and a Kachuk and Mellenby and Doug Waite, like those teams had great anticipation with them too, you know. And then, you know, Ken Hitchcock really brought such immediate credibility when he got here. So here's a couple of factors with that. Number one, I haven't winning the Stanley Cup in 2019 changed the thought process of a fan base. If you lose that Game 7 the way Game 7 was lost last year and 2019 didn't happen, you know it would have been here we go again kind of summer, right?
Yeah, you're right.
There's a real difference there. And the difference now is this summer, guys, as excruciating as that loss was, like I didn't face one person that just sat there and wanted to rail the team on the loss. It was, wow, can you believe we took the President's Trophy team to Game 7? Like, yeah, but did you see how we lost it? And they're like, yeah, but look, this team's going to be good. We're real excited for the future. And that was literally across the board all summer. And honestly, I think one of the reasons is their faith and trust in Doug Armstrong. I mean, he has sat there for a couple of years, and there's no baloney with him. There's no, hey, we're trying to do this, but we're doing that or this. Like, it's here's where we're at. Here's what we're trying to do. Here's where we're going. And then the Blues exceeded those expectations. And then, to me, the other factor is this, and this is the one thing we saw. When the team took things over in 2019, and Ken Hitchcock always said, you know, a team's ready to win when the room takes it over. And that's what happened. The room took things over, and Jim Montgomery has talked about this. When he first got there, he knew it wasn't ready for that. By the end of the season, the room had taken it over. And I've talked to 4 guys already this year. I said, hey, how different is this camp? And every one of them has said, we have higher expectations of ourselves, and everybody came into camp to work. So it's not just the fans, I think, that you're sensing, Tim. I think the players themselves are coming into this camp with the expectations that Jim Montgomery had put in front of them when they finished last year. And I think that's one of the great reasons for excitement.
I love hearing that. That's some good behind the scenes there. Blues wild in St. Louis as the puck drops on Thursday on the 2025-2026 season. Chris Kerber and Joey Vitale on the call, both on radio, here on 101 ESPN and on television. Kerbs, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. We'll see everybody Thursday night.
Sounds good. Then. It's Chris Kerber with us on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, giving us his perspective on the anticipation, both with the fan base, but then also interesting to hear that from the players, comparing it to the Drew Bannister camp of last year on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Do you guys get that same sense that around town that there is a higher level of I'm not even saying expectation. The expectation thing I thought was intriguing from Kerber, but anticipation, I sense that.
Yeah, and you're still carrying a home winning streak. I think it's 15 in a row at home that carries over from last year. You know, Jim Montgomery at the golf outing a couple of weeks ago said, well, I know nationally nobody's saying much about us, and I really hadn't noticed what the outside hockey world was saying, but I think, yeah, around town, it's probably a little bit to do with the Cardinal malaise.
Yeah.
There's probably some city crossover hockey and soccer fans, and cities had a bad year. So maybe I think some of the thirst for a winning team or an exciting team is part of it. And I'm trying to think year to year, coming off the Cup, obviously people are sky high, and that team was still really good. But yeah, I think so. I think people are ready to pick up kind of where they left off. I just think Holloway being good in the preseason is just huge. I was just wondering, can he kind of get back there where he was, the level he was at? And you still got to go out and play regular season games. But I felt that to me was one of the biggest camp developments.
I happened to watch the other day on YouTube the highlights of Game 7 of 2019 against the Bruins. And that game could have been 7-0 Boston in the first period.
Yeah.
I'd forgotten how many just unbelievable saves that Bennington made. I knew he was good in the first period, but they were unbelievable saves that he was making, one after the next.
Kerber's right about that. I never thought of it that way, but he is right. If 2019 doesn't happen, even if they don't win that Game 7, I think the mindset following what took place in Winnipeg is so opposite of what it actually is. I am surprised, and perhaps 2019 explains it, why, as brutal as that was, and it was brutal, and I'm never going to downplay that. That was absolutely brutal. We hadn't had anything like that. I recall the morning after that game took place talking about it. I think around here, going back to 1985, which means, huge percentage of our audience never experienced anything like that locally when you're talking about being on the verge of winning a series or a playoff game that sends you to the next round. That element of it, I feel like is, I don't want to say it's forgotten, but it isn't as prominent as I think it would be in a lot of other markets. Part of that, I think, is because still that Cup win is relatively recent, but then also because that core returns with a coach having the full season, and the belief the fans have in the organization, from Armstrong to Montgomery to that core in the roster, along with a bunch of young players whose prospects are super exciting as well. So I think that's what contributes to it, as opposed to, let's say that's a team with Pronger and McInnes where you're running out of time and there isn't anything getting you excited at the lower levels. That must explain it. But yeah, that the reaction to that end combined with the excitement for this beginning certainly speaks to the belief in this team's chances.
It is hard to believe how quickly people are like, yeah, well, it was a great season. It was as bad as that loss was. I mean, that could just haunt a franchise. Like when the Phillies lost to the Cardinals, that epic Game 5, the Carpenter-Halladay game, and then Ryan Howard blows out the Achilles.
That ended.
And then they were never the same. And I think they were such heavy favorites going into that postseason. And so you can't have not that the Blues were heavy favorites, but you can have a really horrible playoff exit, and it can kind of derail a franchise. Well, that one, everybody just kind of, I don't want to say people laughed it off, but I was like, well, we got a really good team. We'll be fine. It's just, place that type of loss on some other franchise in another sport, and you'd be like, they would just be scarred.
It's like we're cursed.
Yes, and yet everybody's like, all right, here we go. And I do think it's what happened that second half surge. It was like all these pieces that kept falling into place from Montgomery and Fowler, and you didn't know when they signed Holloway and Broberg. I'm sure Doug did an immediate emergency pod about it.
I did,
and broke it all down. But
I didn't even have a podcast. I just started talking.
Just on the corner. Nobody knew how good those guys were, so it all just sort of fell into place.
Expectations weren't terribly high for most of the season.
Right.
And then they get into the playoffs and they take the best team in the regular season, really outplayed them without one of their top players in Holloway, and a lot of young players coming on strong. So I think that gives people a lot of reason for optimism that the team's going to be even better than they were last year. And last year they turned out to be pretty good.
I don't think people talk as much about that Winnipeg loss because it was so fitting to lose that way, being we were so bad at that exact situation all season. It was kind of like you could see it coming. That's from the 314. It wasn't a pleasant final 2 minutes to watch. I think we can all relate to that. I will be super anxious to see how they perform out of the gate, considering the slow starts that's plagued the franchise, and then also how they handle that man advantage in the latter portions of games with the empty net. Because, Doug Armstrong point blank said, if we're having the same conversation in a few months, we're going to have some problems. That was what he said right after the Winnipeg loss. So
for a few years going forward, every time the Blues give up a goal where the other team pulls their goalie, it's going to bring back Vietnam-type flashbacks to that Winnipeg goal.
And I can hear Monty now getting sick of the topic, but as soon as it happens, it's going to come up. It might get a grandma out of him, but it's going to come up.
Guys, the Jets losing to the Stars, who lost to the Oil, made the loss more palatable. We wouldn't have moved past those squads. Loss would have hurt more if the Jets would have went to the Cup. That's from the Horny Banker. So he's a banker, Doug, and he's Randy.
He does seem very Randy. I don't know. I think a lot of hockey fans, once the Blues are out, that's kind of it. Not the diehards, of course. But for the casual hockey fan, once the Blues are out of the playoffs, the hockey season's kind of over.
But
because baseball's just starting, and we get involved in that.
But if Winnipeg had made a run, then you would say, "Oh, they could have been us. Easily could have been." But they didn't make a run.
Well, I hope I never have to do another emergency podcast that nobody hears.
Doug said I was just talking.
They choked! That's from Choke Artist 1.6. Yep. He's always there. Hey, Tim, you threw your remote through a TV when you saw your favorite starlet lift his legs up and go bobbing for salads. Your wife does when we get our hearts broken with 1.6 seconds left. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves.
No, I didn't follow the first
There's
part.
a lot going on there.
Your starlet lifts his legs up.
I like cookies.
So your favorite starlet is a gentleman?
I love you, Bill.
My girl, Bill.
I like kittens and bunnies.
And Bunny.
Singular. Yeah, I lost my television that night.
Well, that was your wife who did that.
That's correct.
She threw a brick through it?
I think it was like chapstick or something, or I don't know what that.
And just a chapstick tube will break it.
Yeah, she has good velo launch angle.
Yeah.
God, and as brutal.
You're pissing me off right now.
As brutal as the ending was, the overtime was lengthy. I mean, there's still a lot of opportunity there.
I don't like it, Doug. I don't like it.
Doug, why don't you go back and watch that
and then
Game
do an emergency
7
podcast?
Yeah, I'd rather do another podcast than watch it again.
People love Monty and Army so much. This text was sent in. Martin, how are you looking at the text history?
I am not.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 times here in the last handful of moments.
Okay, well, that's worthy of suspension.
Wow. Oh, I'm not going to read it then. Doug, it's your mom's lesbian lover sending it in.
Okay. Your mom's lesbian lover, you just got suspended. Suspended a period of 2 days' time for sending the same text in 8 or 9 times. As if you're demanding that we read it. You're demanding attention. Knock it off, pal.
Give me your fucking feet.
Your mom's lesbian lover. 2 days' time.
YMLL is a big Jackson fan. A lot of Jackson love from
Jackson. Is that like is that Sweet Kai's?
I wouldn't say a
burner.
Lot. I'd say few and the proud.
Guys, nobody was beating the Panthers last year. It was better to get the extra rest. It's in the Bible. I like that.
Extra
You lose the
rest.
first round, you get an extra rest.
It had 6 months to rest. How long does it take? These guys are in their 20s. They're not in their 80s.
Did
They'll bounce back in a few days.
JR was in Winnipeg for that fateful Game 7. Do you think he asked the players after, will this help you at least get a little extra rest now for next year?
According to who? Arch said that to you? No.
No.
No, he didn't.
According to Arch said that? No. According to who?
Tim. Hey, welcome back. Happy birthday. Thanks for coming back. Hope you stayed away from that gluten. #free perk. That's from Brian Henson. And Doug, his Colts might just be the best team in the NFL with the doo-doo man at quarterback.
Oh, they had a big day yesterday. I got like 15 points for them from fantasy football on that Colts defense. I didn't realize they were that good defensively. But
now the Raiders have some issues.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Pete Carroll's kind of having his Bill Belichick moment. Like maybe I should have just stayed at the golf course.
Yeah, maybe
counted
Carroll
my money.
and Belichick do a podcast, emergency style, with Doug.
Pete would probably do all the talking, but
it'd be tough.
Yeah, the Colts are. I didn't see that coming.
Yes, the doo-doo man.
Why didn't Henson, number one Asian intern, give us a little tip back in the summertime?
Because he doesn't cover the team. He covers girls lacrosse.
Oh my word. Strahan, I was watching Strahan talking yesterday, following all the games on Fox, Martin, and he was saying, Man, I'm not doing well with watching Daniel Jones go from the Giants to the Colts and looking like this. I mean, he goes, what's the deal there? And then also on the other side of things, their tenant at MetLife Stadium, the Jets. I know it ended poorly for Sam Darnold yesterday and the Buccaneers. You like those uniforms, Jackson?
Yes.
Buccaneers and Seahawks going old school?
Yeah, I really like the Bucs ones.
With Sam Darnold leaving there and doing what he did in Minnesota and now doing what he's doing in Seattle. And going, maybe it's just a New York thing.
Giants and Jets are a 1-9 combo. Then the Yankees got blasted.
Yep.
Tough New York week.
Tough for Philly.
What's the Pope saying? I can only imagine Francesor.
Rivers.
Way tougher for Philly. You get Penn State losing like that, then you get the Eagles' first loss of the year, and then the Phillies lose. That's way
But at least their teams are
But
competitive.
I think the Eagles and Phillies, there's still an upset, I think, with the Giants and Jets.
Well, yeah, that's despair.
We got to find out what's our boy Don LaGreca and Francesor. After that New York weekend, there's probably, we don't need it this second, but there's probably some choice audio out there. But you've done a great job. The dossier.
Yeah, he really has.
I wasn't offended.
Okay. I was just afraid you were going to turn it into something it wasn't.
Oh, I was going to turn it into
The boy's
something.
trying his best.
Victim blaming at his best.
The Stiefel dossier is loaded with sound today. I mean, we didn't even get to Kalen DeBoer.
This is what I see these things on Instagram and TikTok, and I just immediately send them to Jackson and Chairman Kurt. Their phones are blowing up all weekend with me just sending them text audio. That's it. See something?
It's loaded up.
The Colonel's going to load it up at 9 o'clock. He is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. That is coming up at 9 o'clock, 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton, I guarantee you, he's going to be in Columbia on Saturday. He is with us. He'll be in the 10 o'clock hour, and Gabe with us at 9 o'clock. He's got that post-game show, which I will drive back from Columbia, and it will be understood in the vehicle. Nobody talk when Gabe is talking.
Gosh.
And Cody and his mustache. Nobody talk.
All right.
That's how we're going to drive back from Columbia. Gabe DeArmond coming up, and he's brought to you by James Carlton, who's my insurance agent and has been since 2019. 314-961-4800 to go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton, State Farm. The program's called TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Cascades, hear the crowd cheer. Cold beer in hand, it's that time of year. The puck drops, the game's in play, yeah. We're lighting up the rink today, yeah. Let's go Blues. The roar begins. Stanley Cup dreams, but we're born to win. The Blues are back, no time to lose. Feel the rush, let's go Blues.
You like this, Doug?
I kind of like it. Jazzy.
Who created this, Jackson?
Listener Michael.
Listener Michael.
Who made most of the Blues Winnipeg Jets songs. He made this one for us. Pretty good. He sent some others.
Very nice.
Thank you, listener Michael. It's TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented by Brown and Crouppen. Joined by Chris Kerber in the previous segment. Gabe DeArmond with us coming up in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. That's coming your way in approximately 12 minutes. Jackson, Mark Sanchez had a weekend.
He sure did.
And this is from the New York Post this morning. A 69-year-old who was allegedly assaulted by Mark Sanchez, the former USC quarterback, and then, of course, he was with the Jets. Went to back-to-back AFC championship games. Just wasn't able to get over the hump. Now is on the Fox broadcast team. Was supposed to have the call of Brian Henson's Colts and Raiders this weekend, but that got sidetracked by this. A 69-year-old who was allegedly assaulted by Mark Sanchez in Indianapolis and then stabbed the former Jets quarterback has been pictured bloody and battered in his hospital bed. Grisly photos, and they are grisly, show the alleged victim who reportedly got into an altercation with Sanchez shortly after midnight Saturday morning wearing a neck brace and covered in blood with savage wounds to his cheek and jaw. Quote, his family says he was cut in the fight and it went through his cheek and hit his tongue. That is according to Fox 59 Indianapolis anchor Angela Ganote, who shared the pictures on her social media page. I mean, this is brutal. He was a grease truck driver and initially identified solely by his initials PT, had reportedly parked his truck in an alley while he was collecting cooking oil from a nearby hotel when Sanchez approached him, according to an affidavit seen by Fox 59.
Sanchez wanted that grease oil.
No, he was actually racing in an alley.
Oh, okay. Makes more sense.
PT did not have his hearing aids in because his truck is very loud. And when he is exchanging the frying oil for the hotel, so he had to lean in close to Mr. Sanchez to hear him, the affidavit reads. When PT leaned in, he stated that Mr. Sanchez smelled of alcohol and his speech was slurred, the affidavit continues. Shortly afterward, the 6'2", 230-pound Sanchez, who is 38, allegedly hurled the driver against a wall before throwing him to the ground, at which point the driver said he stabbed Mark Sanchez in self-defense. Sanchez remains in the hospital in stable condition, has been charged with battery resulting in bodily injury, unauthorized entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication endangering the life of another. That's all according to the affidavit.
Well, that's how you throw away your career in one night of drinking, apparently. It's going to be hard to bring him back at this point.
It's amazing how quickly the story shifts when you hear, like, oh, my gosh, former quarterback gets stabbed. Terrible. What happened? And there were thoughts and prayers. The Jets and others tweeted out. Then you find out, oh, wait a minute. He may have been the
when you
reason.
find out the assailant is 69 years, and he's adjusting his hearing
aids.
Right, not great.
Him just getting stabbed is almost more believable than the way the story really played out.
Right.
There is surveillance video, according to Yahoo Sports, with the Westin Hotel. The hotel provided police with surveillance footage, and in the footage shows the elderly man backing away from Sanchez, then running from him down an alley where Sanchez could be seen catching up with him and then throwing him into the wall by the Westin Hotel, according to witnesses. Both men were recording the other one with their cell phones. As things escalated, the elderly man tried to use pepper spray on Sanchez, but he just wiped it away. The man then pulled a knife and stabbed Sanchez 2 or 3 times. Following the altercation, Sanchez was taken to a local hospital while the older gentleman was treated for a laceration on his left cheek. The truck driver later told authorities that the altercation began because Sanchez had told him a hotel manager had barred him from standing in the loading dock. According to TMZ, Sanchez was reportedly slurring his words and became frustrated when the truck driver could not hear him because he was not wearing his hearing aids.
Why would he give two rips about this grease truck?
He wanted that frying oil.
I don't understand. I guess alcohol is the answer. But otherwise, how does it make any sense?
No. You can imagine these truck drivers working shifts like that encounter all kinds of stuff, so they got to be ready. And this guy was ready if he was attacked, and he thought he was being attacked.
Usually not former NFL quarterbacks looking to race. Was it a foot race? Was he looking to do a foot race in the alley?
Don't give a race in an alley?
Don't understand.
I suppose at some point.
Well, because you could unlikely race cars, and it depends on the size of the alley.
Yeah.
I've been to Indianapolis. I've walked through those alleys.
Everybody wants to race in
They're
Indianapolis.
not 2 cars wide, I'll tell you that much. But you could do a foot race. You should never foot race while you're hammered. Just to
what?
No.
That's good counsel.
It's a good way to end up with your face on the pavement. I've seen it happen.
I just don't understand.
Oh, really? What, Private Citizen Pete?
You see it in Columbia. Uneven surfaces and someone goes down.
So this weekend, following Missouri's win against Alabama, gentlemen are going to be racing up and down Broadway.
Yeah, probably 9th Street, by the J School. Like, race through that little tunnel, where you're supposed to be silent under it, right by the J School, so that Missouri goes undefeated.
Foot races.
Yeah.
What's the Mizzou Hawks here on the dais? What's your level of optimism / concern for the Bama showdown this Saturday at Faurot Memorial Stadium?
That's a nice question. I said this, I think I said it on TMA, might have said it on my podcast. Going into this weekend, honestly, I was thinking that Alabama was going to win, and I felt very confident about it. I'm not saying I expect Missouri to win now, but going through my rewatch, Doug, you ever go back and rewatch games?
No, I really
Crush
don't.
tape.
I do.
I rewatched some of the Stanley Cup game, though. I guess.
I do. I'm not saying this is like, this is my show prep. I just do it. And because once you know the outcome, you can look at certain things. And it looks like Alabama's got an issue with their safeties like Missouri does as well, except their safeties misplay runs. Missouri's safeties don't communicate or misplay passes. They've got a real issue there. And so I can't wait to see how, in particular, the safeties of both teams play, Martin, because Alabama's just missing assignments on the run, and Missouri's obviously missed assignments on the pass. I would say I have a higher level of enthusiasm now after watching them play Vanderbilt. That's where I am. But going into this past weekend, I did not think Missouri would be beating Alabama.
But you got a shot. Papers, what do you think?
It's right in front of you. I mean, I think that it's critical to do what Alabama did when they played Georgia, and that is score on the opening drive. You have to go put the pressure on them.
7.
Put 7 up.
7. Minnesota got 3 against Ohio State. You can't get 3, Doug.
No.
Gotta get
if you win the toss, usually you defer, which would be probably the smart play. Say, give me the rock. I want the ball, and you go out and you score, and you tell Alabama, if you're going to want to win this game, you're going to have to...
You punch him in the nose is what you do.
As Scott Van Pelt says, sign up for 60. You got to do that. You got to and you got to set the tone early. I think Alabama beating Georgia, a big part of that was scoring on that opening drive, even despite Ryan Williams dropping that ball. I think it's a huge, huge statement to make on that first drive.
It's such a big game, I think, for Drinkwitz's resume. He's extremely popular right now. The program's up and running. Kids are signing on to come to Mizzou. The stadium's full. All these things are in place. But at some point, you got to win a big game against a big opponent. It's not Saban's Alabama, but it's Alabama. You get that anyway, anyhow. I think that changes even the critics of Drinkwitz.
So I posed this question, and I have to be honest, because what do we call this? Honesty in media, Jackson?
Yes, we do.
And also a non-kink shaming show. There's so many shows in the market.
I will do
Pro Liberty.
And Pro Liberty. I texted in a safe space last night, including the Colonel. So Colonel and a couple of my other cohorts from journalism school, they all graduated, though. Yeah, I know, exactly.
It was a tough field to study. Not everyone makes it.
And I said, hey, boys, I'm asking this, and I won't put this on social media because I know that, what do you call them, Jackson, Tiger nationalists?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I said, now, I know some people recognize bowl games. Missouri could win a bowl game. Missouri could lose a bowl game. It doesn't matter to me. I don't recognize bowl games. So if we can just agree with that premise for the purpose of our little text here, me and the Colonel and 2 of our cohorts, one who worked at MTV, one who works at the Golf Channel, all journalism grads minus one of them. I will not identify who did not graduate. I said, what is Eli Drinkwitz's biggest win? And I pose that to this dais right now.
It's Kansas State.
I think some would say Ohio State just because of the brand name.
No. I took that out.
Oh,
I
you
said
took the bowl. I'm sorry. You did
out.
take that out. I'm sorry.
It's Kansas State.
And the LSU brand at the time.
No. Jackson's shaking that off.
Don't get angry.
I mean,
at the time,
they can't.
We all came to a conclusion, and nobody has said it yet. Tennessee. Tennessee was number 14 in the country, still in the mix for the SEC East at the time, 2023.
And you whooped that.
And they beat
them.
the hell out of them.
Yeah. That was a bad Tennessee. I mean, I know what they were at the time, but that was a poorly quarterbacked and I thought bad team.
All right, so what's the answer?
All things considered,
Papers is on Kansas State.
I think Kansas State was better. They had Will Howard, who went on to go win a national championship with Ohio State. They had a bunch of real talented guys. I thought that they were a better team than that Tennessee team they beat the same year.
And I wanted to do it in the group chat because I really wanted an answer, number one. I wasn't like trying to do the social media thing. But then number two, if I say you can't include Ohio State in the bowl game, then it leads to the nonsense.
Right.
Missouri could have lost that game by 50. I wouldn't have cared. Missouri won the game. Great. You can't tell me that Ohio State had the same intensity for that game that they had a month ago against Michigan when they played them. But that upsets some Missouri fans, and I wasn't looking to engage in that conversation.
Right.
So regular season-wise, Martin, that speaks to my point. You've had an opportunity to go against the Blue Bloods, the big boys. This is your chance. You got to capitalize on it. The gap is not what it used to be. You got to capitalize on it. Getting close and then getting beat by A&M, but then winning the other games, that might not be good enough. And I know it'll be 10-2, but if you don't beat the brand names, that factors into it when the brand names are at the top of the game. I think their biggest win in the SEC to date would be
the Tennessee game, probably.
I'm talking about Missouri in the SEC since they've been in the SEC.
Ooh.
Oh, overall?
Yeah.
Maybe that A&M win because of Johnny Football and it got you to the championship?
At Athens 2013, because Georgia was ranked number 7. You're in Georgia. You beat them. That takes you from the outside looking in to now everybody's paying attention. And then they beat a Florida team that was ranked highly the following week. It was an early morning game like this one. And then that's when they lost to South Carolina the night of game. That was game 3 of the World Series.
I don't know which game it was.
In overtime in South Carolina was ranked like number 15. We'll see what the Colonel has to say. He wrote a great column this morning on Power Mizzou.
Or did Al Formicola write it?
That's a good point. We'll talk it over with the Colonel. Brought to you by James Carlton next here on TMA.
If you've ever wanted to travel and see spectacular Scotland, here is your chance. Put together with Colette Travel. It's next summer. I'm going with you. June 15th is the date. Headed to historic Scotland, the capital of Edinburgh. You've got the famous castles there. We're going to the Victorian city of Glasgow. You're going to be tasting the food, sipping the whiskeys, going to amazing Orkney Islands. You're going to cruise on lovely Loch Ness, the landscapes of the Highlands. You've heard about Scotland. You've seen the pictures. Now it's your chance to go and check it all out next summer. Make your plans now. Colette will handle all the details, the flights, meals, hotels, local experiences. All you have to do is sit back and enjoy. It's a trip to spectacular Scotland. It's next summer, June 15th. Make your plans now. You can find out more by calling our friends at Altair Travel. That's 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. Or go to 101ESPN.com to learn more information, a chance to go to Scotland. Enjoy the bagpipes, the whiskey, and the beautiful scenery there. It's June 15th next summer. It's Spectacular Scotland with Colette.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Thursday night, Blues open it up against the Minnesota Wild. That puck drop is going to be at 7 p.m., and then you can, of course, catch it right here on your home of the Blues 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's the state which I live in, which is called Surrey. It is called Missouri. Surrey is where I live. Surrey is where I live. Surrey is where I live. Surrey is a wonderful place. I live in the Surrey.
You know, you've got Sweet Home Alabama before the game, and you've got Dixieland Delight in between the third and the fourth quarter at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, but they don't have Tina E in Missouri. And when Kalen DeBoer and Ty Simpson and Jam Miller hear this thing, is they get ready to take the field in front of 62,000 plus on Saturday morning, I think they might turn rear and head right back down to T-Town. Doug Vaughn.
Just totally intimidated by what they're going to run into in mid-Missouri?
That's right.
I guess it could happen. It's happened before with Alabama, where they look at another team and say, we're just not going there.
Not today. Not today. Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to welcome to the program from Power Mizzou, presented to you by James Carlton every Monday and Friday, the Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond. Morning, Colonel.
You know, you guys have played that song twice a week as my intro for so long. I kind of, I just tune it out. It's just background noise, but I actually listened to it again this morning. Just, my God, what a national treasure.
Absolutely.
How time he came around.
It's right there.
Next thing you know, he's going to be calling for gold pants.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Yeah.
Colonel, I loved the opening of your column this morning. I really did. I think it sets the stage perfectly. I think Illinois fans can relate to this as well, with on this side of the state, them hosting Ohio State on Saturday, unfortunately, at the exact same time as Missouri and Alabama. But I do want to read this to people, the opening paragraph. Weeks like this are why we all do this. And by we, I mean you, the fans, those of us in the media, the coaches, the players, all of it. When you think of big-time college football, this is what you think of. Undefeated number 15 Missouri getting its biggest test so far. Top 10 Alabama, the king of college football world for the last 15 years and realistically for much of the past 60. These are the games we all think about being able to play in, watch, write about, etc. These are the Saturdays that make the rest of the year all worth it. When you think about it, you're only guaranteed 12 games a year for your team. 3 or 4 of them are scrimmages. Another 2 or 3 are decent games against teams you've heard of, but not special games. And then you have 2 or 3 good games, big games, important games, not potentially historic games. Of the 365 days of the year, most college football fans are lucky if they get 1 or 2 like this one. This is indeed what college football fans hope to get, and Missouri fans are going to get it on Saturday. I know it's early in the week, but it is coming off of a bye week. What are you sensing from your readers on Power Mizzou and around Columbia and the program with regard to this coming Saturday and the level of anticipation?
Yeah, I can't really say around the program because obviously we didn't talk to anybody last week. They don't generally do media on the bye week. Eli Drinkwitz wasn't even on Tiger Talk. So it's been a little bit since we've talked to them. But just, you know, the message board, texts I'm getting, stuff like that. I mean, you've really been building to this thing for 3 weeks now because you had the bye last week. You had UMass, which might as well have been a bye the week before. So Missouri fans have had 21 days to kind of get lathered up for this one. And it is, look, you know, they hosted number 1 a couple years ago when Georgia came here. So maybe that game was actually bigger, but it's okay to admit that when the name on the other jersey is Alabama, it's a little bit different. Missouri has not beaten Alabama in 50 years. Everybody knows what this game could mean, and, we've talked about it. This isn't the biggest home game Missouri's had in the SEC or anything, but there is a feeling about this one. The closest comp I can come to, I think, is when Oklahoma came here in 2010, and they were number one, and Missouri hadn't beaten a good Oklahoma team in a long time, and game day was coming, and there was just this feeling of, like, this one it's different than most of the rest of them we get to see.
We're 5 weeks into the season. They've played 5 games anyway. But I get the sense we still don't really know how good Mizzou is. Would you agree with that, or are they a pretty good team?
I completely agree. I mean, Missouri fans and really the program, the whole mantra is, something to prove. Nobody believes in us, all that. And I get it. It exhausts me, but I do get it to some extent. That ends on Saturday one way or another. Either you're going to go out and you're going to get a win that everybody will notice, and you will be in the top 10, and you will get all the respect you want, or you're not, and those people that haven't given you the respect are going to be proven right. And it's gone both ways. There have been, when Missouri went to Georgia in 2013 and won, I think that was a week where it was like, oh, hey, we better take these guys seriously. And then the 2024 team, was in much the same position this exact same week last year. I forget if it was 4-0 or 5-0, but going to College Station and, road game. And
coming off a bye.
What's that?
Coming off a bye.
Yeah, coming off a bye. And I mean, that was the week where everybody said, okay, let's go prove we're for real. And it went the other way. They didn't. And all the people that doubted Missouri last year kind of end up being right. So I think one way or the other, you kind of get your answer on Saturday, at least for a little bit. Now, look, if you lose a tight competitive game, even if you lose something like Vandy did this weekend, nobody's going to write you off. You can still win 5 out of your last 6 and get where you want to go and all that. But, the respect and everything that Missouri fans crave will be delayed a little bit.
Did you feel better about chances of beating Bama based on how they played against Vandy?
I mean, I think the one thing we know about this Bama team is they're good, but it doesn't have the aura of invincibility that Bama had 4 and 5 years ago. The last 2 teams, the last 2 Alabama teams Missouri has played here, 2018 and 2020, went 27-1 and won 2 national titles. There wasn't a second of the week leading up to that game where you realistically thought Missouri could win that game. I think, the spread opened at, 5.5, and it's down to 3.5. I listened to the Cover 3 podcast yesterday, and they were talking about, hey, I wouldn't be at all surprised if Missouri wins that game. There are going to be some people picking Missouri to win that game, and that's never really been true of Missouri playing Alabama in our lifetimes.
Yeah, that is correct. I saw your breakdown of the spreads over the time that Missouri has played Alabama in the SEC, and they have been monster numbers. That is certainly not the case. It got down to 3.5, and we've had some people texting in that now the number is down to 2.5. Of course, there are a variety of different sports books where you can see that. From a health perspective, Alabama lost 2 of its linebackers who were not playing on Saturday against Diego Pavia and the Commodores. What do you think the situation will be at left tackle for Missouri? Caden Green didn't play against South Carolina and UMass. This would be around the time frame for the possibility of his return. What do you think the decision-making process will be on that front?
I think it will be game-time decision. I think we're not going to know until warm-ups on Saturday morning, unless Eli Drinkwitz chooses to leak it out somewhere on Friday night. I know at the beginning it was 3 to 5 weeks. This is 3. The optimistic point of view is it's actually a little bit less than 3 because he got hurt on Wednesday in practice, so it would be closer to 2.5. But I think when they said 3 weeks, it was 3 Saturdays. So the optimistic hope is that he's ready to go on Saturday. Personally, I've said this a lot. Unless he's 100%, I'm not playing him. I mean, if there is a chance that he goes out there and re-aggravates this thing, then you're looking at the season. To me, your left tackle in this game is not worth the risk of the last 6. Now, if he's good and the doctors say he can play and there's no risk of making it any worse, obviously you put him back out there because he makes you a better football team. But even at like 85 or 90%, I personally wouldn't do it.
If the spread is accurate, 2.5, 3, that would mean it could come down to a field goal. That could mean Robert Meyer, Bobby Boots, is the focus of the game there. Do you think Mizzou would maybe play things a little differently on 4th down and field goal range? Are they more likely to go for it? Are they still concerned about this guy?
Yeah, I mean, they still haven't made a field goal over 41 yards. So yeah, I don't think Missouri's a team that's going to be trying any 50-yarders this year. So yeah, I think we talked about it last week. Like, every kick is a little bit of a 50-50 proposition if it's beyond 30 or 35 yards. So I think you have to handle it differently. I also think, like, field goals aren't probably going to beat this Alabama team. I mean, I think you're going to have to score 30 to win this game.
And do you think they come out pounding the ball? Do you think this is going to be a game where they just make them stop the run? Do you think there's any other way that they would approach this?
Yeah, this is fascinating to me from Kirby Moore's perspective and from Kane Womack's perspective, the Alabama DC. I mean, to me, if you're facing Missouri at this point, you're going, hey, 29's not winning a game. We're putting everybody up front. Feel free, vote for Beulah to try to throw it over the top, but you're going to have to do it. So the other thing is, though, I think Missouri's running game might just be good enough that, yeah, you kind of know it's coming, but we're going to do it anyway. They've done it to everybody so far, and while I think the first thought would be, yeah, but they haven't played Alabama or anybody like this defensively. Alabama's 88th in the country in run defense. Georgia ran for 232. Florida State ran for 235 or 227, something like that. And even Vandy ran for 135. But for some reason only ran it 19 times. Like, Vandy averaged 7 yards a carry against Alabama and kind of got in panic mode and quit doing it.
Yeah, I noticed that. I thought that was a very surprising thing, considering their ability to move the ball. And they were really in position, man, before Pavia's fumble to go up at least 10, if not 14-0. And that could have been a real game changer for the way that they approached their play calling offensively. On the other side of it, when you talk about strength versus weakness, you have Ty Simpson, Ryan Williams, Alabama's passing game against Missouri's secondary, which, of course, has had its problems with big plays going back to last year. Colonel, what does that group need to do differently than what we've seen when they've given up some big plays against Lenore Sellers, Jalen Daniels, and then going back to last season as well?
Yeah, I mean, I joked after the UMass game that if I were Corey Batoon, I would give my safeties the Willie Mays-Hayes treatment. Like, remember when Willie Mays-Hayes would hit a ball in the air, he just had to do 20 push-ups at home plate? I would tell my safeties, if you make a tackle and run support, I want 20 push-ups right on the field right afterward. We don't need you to do that. We need you to stay back and make sure nobody's beating you deep, especially in this game. I mean, Ryan Williams is the guy that gets all the headlines, but I don't even know if he's Alabama's best receiver this year. He's had some struggles, and Jeremy Bernard has been phenomenal on the outside, and Ty Simpson's playing as well as anybody in the country at quarterback since the opening game. He has been on point, and he finally threw an interception against Vanderbilt. It was Alabama's first turnover of the year. So I think you have to have a short memory and understand, look, these guys are making some plays, right? You can live with touchdown drives. You can live with maybe you give up a 20-yard pass. Let's avoid the 60-yard pass.
Let's avoid getting blown out. Do you have any fear of that Alabama will just destroy Missouri?
I mean, look, anything can happen. I wrote this morning, if that happens, that's a disappointment. Like, this team, you feel like should be beyond that. This team should not go into this game feeling like it doesn't belong, feeling like it's not a monstrous upset if they beat Alabama. You're at home. If this is a 17 points or more game, I think you're really going to come out of it thinking, man, we thought this was different. We've said all year, this team feels a little bit different. It looks a little bit different. And that doesn't mean they necessarily win on Saturday. But, yeah, if they get blown out, I will walk out of there with a whole lot of questions.
Do you have a sense who's the best team in the SEC? I mean, we used to always be like Bama or Georgia, Georgia or Bama. And then right now, you could probably mention 4 or 5 teams.
I think there are 8 teams that could win this league. I legitimately think 8 teams should look at this and say, we have a chance right now if we get things going to win the league. I do my power rankings of it every Monday. I had Alabama 1 for now because, look, they beat Vandy, which is a good team. They went on the road and beat Georgia, which is obviously a good team. So I think they've probably done more than anybody else. But, I had Missouri 6, I had LSU 8, and I think everybody down to LSU could look at this and say, hey, if we play well, we can win this league.
Doug, the Tigers have not beaten Roll Tide since the 1968 Gator Bowl. And then 7 years later, they went to Birmingham and Legion Field and won 20-7. But unfortunately, they're on a 6-game losing streak to Roll Tide.
Well, they didn't play them for a long time, too, when they were still in the Big 8 and then Big 12.
You don't know that?
And if they win this, we have to be sure they don't rush the field because that could cost, what, $500,000?
Do you think
I'm legitimately interested. I want to see if they beat them, especially in a close game or something happens in the last 2 minutes. I think it's going to be tough to keep those kids off the field.
I think that fans rush the field if they win. Now, I understood the one against Kansas State with Mevis's kick because of the emotional charge and the fact that thing was an absolute bomb. In a normal setting, I think that people would not rush the field, but because it's Alabama and because of where they are ranked, I think that people would rush the field even if somehow Missouri's up by 15 or something like that.
And because of what it would mean for the rest of the season. I mean, I think if you win this game, the playoff then becomes the expectation. Not the goal, but the expectation. And yeah, I know it's real fun to say, act like you've been there, all that, but they kind of haven't been, really. So,
Well, who's going to cough up the 500 large?
Not me. Maybe Eli Drinkwitz would donate it.
Oh, nice. Just peel off $500,000.
They'd probably actually be happy to pay it if they thought that was going to get them a win.
You're sitting there at 6-0, and you got War Eagle the following week, and then had to Nashville the following week.
Yeah, be less happy about it next year when it meant you couldn't afford a left tackle. But yeah.
Think it through that lens. Gabe DeArmond brought to you by James Carlton here on TMA every Monday and Friday. Some great coverage this week at PowerMizzou.com. Colonel, appreciate the time as always, sir. Thank you so much.
All right, guys, have a good one.
There he is. That's Gabe DeArmond with us on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you know anything about Collier and Thompson? I feel like you might.
I do. A lot of people do because they've been in business since the 1950s here. Sprucing up houses, making homes look great. That's what Collier and Thompson's been doing for a long, long time. Their employees have more than 165 years of combined experience. These people know what they are doing. You don't stay in business this long unless you do. Collier and Thompson is a company you can trust. Trust to be in your home, trust to do things right. And not just for kitchens and bathrooms, those are their specialties, but they do anything inside your house, a man cave, an office, a bar, the basement. You got it. Collier & Thompson. They even do wine rooms and fireplace walls. Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, high-end appliances, and countertops in the business. And better yet, it's all right there under one roof. No need to drive around to 5 or 10 different businesses to get everything you need to do one job. At Collier & Thompson, they do it all, including they have a great paint department. They can paint your whole house. Their showroom is on Manchester Road in Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Let Collier & Thompson bring your dream remodel to reality and come home to quality. Online at CollierandThompson.com.
9:24 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. It is The Morning After, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Schnucks is the place to go to load up on your groceries, and they've done their best to save you money, lowering the price on over 2,300 items. That still holds true. That happened months ago, and they are still at that reduced price. In addition to that, they have prices that'll drop during the week. There's a digital shelf tag, which means they can change the price constantly and save you even more money. If you have the Rewards app, then you'll get the notifications also that items you frequently buy, if there's any additional savings. All these efforts being made to help you save some money at the grocery store. That Rewards app is great. Helps you find things in the store, piles up your points when you check out. Every time you're checking out, they'll let you know how much is in your rewards bin there. You got $20, $30, you can save it. Just keep rolling it over or use it when you're checking out, saving you that money. Schnucks delivers as well. Curbside, do all of that with the Rewards app. If you haven't downloaded it yet, you're missing out. Get online, get the Rewards app, and stop by and save some money with your groceries. Everyday savings that you can count on at Schnucks.
Well, Doug, are the Toronto Blue Jays the best around?
That's what it looks like. The Yankees would probably tell you yes right now.
Take a listen to this call of Vlad going yard.
It sounded like
that was charcoal.
That one was too close to the music. I had to fade out the music.
Oh, okay.
Here you go.
He faded out. And now, Joe Davis with the call.
Down and ball. Goodbye! Vaughn Jr. strikes again.
Okay. Well, the Yankees have given up.
like the horn.
The Yankees have given up 23 runs in the first 2 games.
What are you trying to say?
Shout out to the Toronto Blue Jay fans. They've delivered some of the best playoff atmosphere in the last decade. That Jose Bautista home run, obviously.
Yeah, they love that team. You don't think of
Right.
Toronto as a big baseball city, but they like that team.
I mean, it was you couldn't hear yourself think watching that game and hearing the crowd going nuts.
Great open with Geddy Lee, huge Blue Jays fan from Rush fame.
Right.
Friends with Bryn Smith. Friend of the skipper.
Bryn Smith,
the old pitcher.
Yeah. Cardinal pitcher. Nice show prep. Ass.
My bad. I've never heard the name Bryn before.
Beard.
B-R-Y-N.
Something like that. Yeah.
Is that it?
Played for
No,
the
there's
Expos.
2 N's. Why is there a second N?
really?
Yes, it is. There's. Oh no, it's a TV personality.
I was about to get action on that.
I was
Bryn
like, what?
Smith, who was in Real World Las Vegas.
Okay. I'm
This
sorry.
guy started with the
so
Expos.
the Blue Jays won,
Sorry.
Tim?
It's correct.
And Bryn Smith was in the Real World what?
Real World Las
happened?
Vegas. Bryn Smith only 1 N. The baseball version.
What was his career record? You got it right there.
Bryn Smith, let's see, Expos,
He was pretty good.
Cardinals.
Yeah, he's from Marietta, Georgia.
I'd say 110 wins.
Wow, really close, Martin. 108 wins.
Nice job.
With a
went over.
3.5 career ERA.
Yeah, he was good.
Kind of underrated. Over 1,000 strikeouts. Shout out to Bryn Smith.
You learned something today, didn't you?
I certainly did. I didn't know that anyone was named Bryn. It's kind of one of those noise names. You know what I'm talking about?
A noise name, like
a
onomatopoeia?
like a name that sounds like a noise.
You think
Bryn.
his parents tried to spell Brian on the birth certificate and left out a letter?
I've always wondered that if someone would misspell their name.
Oh, I'm sure they
I
do
had a
all the
friend
time.
who had a very weird spelling of a middle name that I thought they might have just misspelled on the birth certificate.
Probably did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this was too common a name.
MD 2020 is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's 259 friends are in there. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Is Doug upset that Kelly Stafford is pausing her podcast? I didn't know that you listened to Kelly Stafford's podcast.
Her podcast is named The Morning After, by the way.
Oh, is it?
Mm-hmm.
Are we litigating that, or how are we handling that?
I thought we could try to maybe get involved on the Rams suit, see if we could wet our beak a little bit on that. And that fell short, so probably not.
Not stepping back in that arena.
I did see I saw like 8 headlines about this. I was like, why is this so? Why is it? And it was like she hasn't told Matt yet. I was like, well, he'll find out now. Like, why is this news?
Oh God, just bad idea after bad idea.
And this is the podcast where she would like air out other teams or the coach of the Rams.
If you loved former Rams quarterback Kurt Warner's wife calling into KFNS 25 years ago, then you'll love current Rams quarterback wife Kelly Stafford doing her own podcast, lining up members of the organization.
Yeah.
What in the hell?
Yeah.
Is this the thing where my husband's famous and I want to be famous too, so I'm going to do something also?
No, that's Clayton.
Yeah.
That's Clayton.
This is kind of
She's taking
the
a break.
official podcast of Clayton.
Kelly Stafford announces taking a break from her podcast. Co-host fired from TV
I
station.
saw that too. I was like, I was wondering why this was news. I remember once she said she was complaining because the Rams were playing a playoff game at home, and Matt would be on the silent count because there's no fans, no Rams fans there. And I was like, why? Like, this is not stuff you would air out.
I can't
Here's
imagine.
a headline that says Kelly Stafford cries over daughter's behavioral issues. I don't recognize her, she says.
Yeah. All you self-promoters.
All these self-promoters are janky?
I guess. But I mean, when your husband, how long has Matt Stafford played in the NFL?
Doug, how long has Matt
16 years?
In 09?
Yeah.
So that's
Outstanding
17th season?
Right.
He can still throw it,
17 years worth of quarterback money.
Her longtime WDIV TV consumer affairs reporter was fired by the station following a police investigation into allegations that he made sexual advances during a massage, per the Detroit Metro Times. I didn't name the man, but That's her podcast co-host fired. So things are a little turmoil there, Doug, at the other morning after.
The other morning after.
We haven't had many scandals on this morning after. Maybe we need one just to kind of drum up some attention.
I think when we broke up, there was a lot of coverage in Jerry Berger's column.
Suck it, Doug.
Oh, stop it, baseball. When we broke up, was I involved in something I wasn't even aware of?
Don't kill the narrative, Doug.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is the thing that Jerry Berger was all over. Doug Vaughn is denying a relationship with co-host Tim McKernan.
I'd like to get that call from the paper.
I'd like to see the picture they use for it.
Tim will have a little derby on.
That's right.
Yeah.
This started with a Blue Jay breakdown.
That's correct. Then we got to
I think it's the meat of the conversation, though, because when's she coming back, you know?
Who are we talking about? Kelly Stafford's podcast?
Yeah, or Brady Smith.
But what does she have to do with the Blue Jays?
There was somebody in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat like a lamp, and we just
2020,
switched.
I think, is the TMA Lister of the Month.
He is, reigning.
There you go.
Reigning.
So when you're the TMA Lister of the Month and you talk, we have to listen.
I guess. Okay.
It is amazing how many Blue Jays are the sons of former players. I mean, that Biggio's injured right now.
So is Bichette. He's not on the roster.
Biggio, Bichette, not even in the lineup, but still, you have Vlad Guerrero, and then Varsho's dad was Gary Varsho.
Yeah,
was
I
a decent
forgot about
Pirate
that.
and Cub,
Yes,
I think.
I do remember him. If you had a pick, who would you like to see in the World Series?
Phillies.
Blue Jays.
I like to see the Brewers have never won, right?
Oh, boy. First he's Cub, Doug.
Oh.
Now he's all for the Brewers.
Well, somebody in the National League is going to get in, and the Brewers have never won it. So
Hanford's got a new golden at bat where two teams from one league can play each other.
Yeah, I'd say Milwaukee and Seattle. That's who I'd like to see, because neither team has won it.
I like the
And they were
Phillies.
the Pilots at one point, right? The Seattle
For 1
Pilots became the Brewers.
They got rained out like 30 times. So this is not going to work in Seattle.
Come on, the Blue Jays. Does that make me an ugly American?
I think I'd like to see Dodgers Blue Jays. I like dynasties. And then you got the energy that you got in Toronto, little buzz. Seattle's got incredible energy as well.
Have you seen the thing about every time the Philly, or not the Phillies, but a Philadelphia baseball team wins the World Series, a financial crisis happens?
2008.
Yeah, 1980, and then 1929, the Philadelphia Athletics won the World Series.
No, Doug.
We don't want
So
that.
maybe for the health of the nation, you need the Blue Jays to
Tam Avenue Capital Partners already feel like it's a financial crisis.
And you don't think that's just a coincidence or anything? That actually caused
I see
it?
three data points.
Phillies caused it.
I see 3 data points. You know, these are important things. Joe Carter saved us.
Think about that.
Yeah, thank you, Joe.
The team you least want to see in the World Series, is it the Yankees? I like it because it's a big brand. Like last year was great because it was Yankees Dodgers.
But the series itself sucked, but I was intrigued by the two playing. I kind of like seeing the Dodgers defend their title against the Blue Jays.
That atmosphere in Toronto, it's kind of fun.
Like that. That's where I am. That's my action.
Detroit's kind of a boring team, aren't they?
Why do you hate Tarek School?
I don't hate anyone.
Like where he wears
I'm
his
just
pants.
saying, who do I not want to see? And
I think Detroit.
Kind of
Detroit's near the top of the list of. I'd rather not see them in there. Now, Cub Doug has shifted his allegiance to the Brewers all of a sudden. I think he got called a communist. Was that on Friday or no?
I was about to say, I wasn't aware that
Were
Doug
you
was
not
a
aware?
Cubs
Doug
guy.
said he kind of liked it when they were advancing and people were not happy with Doug.
So when the Cubs beat the
taking
Padres,
Cubs side.
I'd rather the Cubs advance because they're more interesting to me than the Padres.
Take that, Machado.
I'm going to Chicago. Stand up. And now, because the Brewers have never won it all, I'd like to see them win it all. They got the guy from Wash U.
Yeah, Chad Durbin.
Yeah. I don't have allegiance to any of these teams, so I might as well pull for the team that's never won it.
Guys, if the Yankees make the World Series, do we get more of Fat Joe performing on the field?
Need it.
No.
Need it.
Doug, you loved
Why do we need it?
I don't know. Someone was up with his
That
knees.
was the worst thing I've ever seen on a Major League Baseball
Yeah, it's way up
field.
there. I really want to know what's going on with Fat Joe's knees.
His knees?
Well, they were like going like inward while he was like performing. He was like
He's
performing on an
knock-kneed.
angle.
Maybe he's knock-kneed.
I don't know what happened there. I think he lost a bunch of weight, and maybe that was part of it.
Doug, the Mariners have never been to a World Series. That's from Bano.
Think about that.
I know. That's why I'd like to see them and the Brewers.
The MLB office would be doing jumping jacks on
let 'em.
Mariners Brewers World Series.
I don't care what the office thinks.
I'm with you.
Here's what the Shrewsbury Seminary student thinks. He's on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Shrewsbury.
Shrewsy? We can barely hear you.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, now you're fine.
I said.
Now we can't hear you again.
Hey, real quick. Jackson on the drops. I feel like not enough people are talking about this. Really, really good.
How about that, Papers?
I appreciate it. It's very kind of you.
Really good. He's very quick. My power ranking of TMA producers, I've been listening for a long, long time. I've still got Stedman 1, but I've got Jackson 2 at this point.
Have you really?
Okay. Feels great, man.
He
Appreciate
passed
that.
Projo 3, Plowsy 4. Wasn't there Pete?
Oh, Gangster Pete, yeah.
You remember when you guys would have a random fill-in some days and they didn't really know the show and then they just get
That was
annihilated?
board operator Lucas, I believe, was the gentleman. But I don't think it was a fill-in. I think the plowboy got fired about 8 times while we were calfing us. It was during one of his terminations.
And Lucas was sexually harassed.
That's correct. By the audience, kind of like Gabe.
True story. I interned for the guy that you guys, I guess, worked for. I don't know if that's the proper terminology. The guy who talks like he's got peanut butter in his mouth back in 2010.
Martin's
you know
been
what I'm talking
activated.
about, Martin? You know what I'm talking about, Martin?
It was one of my favorite interns all the time. Let's go get yourself some to eat. Here's gift cards, mostly used.
And I walked up to him because apparently there was things called cut sheets. Is that a thing in your guys' industry?
Sure.
I
Yeah,
quickly
audio
got
cuts.
out of the industry. Okay, so I printed something off for him one time, and it was the wrong cut. So I walked up to look at it, and he turned and snapped at me on the air. And I go, I wasn't getting paid. It was a free internship.
It's always the
And I
best.
go, I'm gonna do something else. And
Was this at 550?
Sure, it was big 550 KTRS.
Wow.
It was a joke, man. It was such a weird vibe over there in Westport, and yeah, it was a joke. He was a crazy dude. Sorry, I'm not saying anything I can't say here. I'm not trying to put you guys in a bad spot.
So you got out of the business based on that experience?
I did. I hightailed it out of the business right away.
Probably a good move.
Yeah.
Okay.
Not a bad move.
Is this a press conference Monday by any chance?
Well, it could be.
It is. I'm taking questions. Martin's taking questions. Jackson's taking questions. Doug, unfortunately, not available.
Probably not, yeah.
Okay, kind of a personal question. I'm getting snipped in a couple weeks. Who here is anybody care? Doug?
I'm not taking questions.
He's not taking
been
questions.
Snipped.
Okay, Tim?
I need to, and I need to do so, stat Shrewsbury Seminary student. I mean, stat.
Because what if your wife got pregnant and you had another kid coming? You'd be like,
Oh, my God, in heaven.
Yeah.
I told Jackson
Let's
this.
have more kids.
I would just walk right down into the river.
Yeah.
Really?
I would just walk into the river. Nope.
We just
almost
had
biblical.
our third in June, and I couldn't have set up the appointment faster. I've got a guy. I'll message
You got a
him.
guy like that.
You got to go. He'll meet you out back, Tim.
Like a
Some guy in a
connect.
corner?
They do it while you're awake now. You don't get sedated.
Ooh.
You're
not into that.
You're
You're not into that kink?
I'm going to pop in a
no.
Bill Simmons podcast and let it happen, baby. So,
Yeah, I would request to be.
Rizzuto did it live on the air. How about that?
I had a friend who got snipped and still had another child afterwards.
Ah!
Doug, don't tell me that.
Yeah, it happened. He was 50 and had his last child.
Ah, he had to be so excited.
So apparently you got to get 12 shots out afterwards. I'm not saying anything I can't say. You guys cut me off if you need to. But after you do it, you got to get about 12 shots out, and then they come back in and test you. So I'm see you next Wednesday.
Yeah, clear the well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is that going to be a new segment on this?
Clearing the well.
Clearing the deck, and now clear the well, which will replace under construction, which hasn't really reappeared lately. Under
the building.
Oh, hey, I just wanted to call in real quick. I hope you guys have a great week. Seriously, I'm getting a call. I got to go.
Okay, sorry.
he's got to go.
Yeah, he's got to go.
God, that's the lowest of lows. when the caller says, okay, gotta go.
Guys, I've gotten snipped. Do it during the Masters and keep your pouch and beers on ice. That's from Ray King, Doug. And he's married to a guy, so he probably doesn't really need to worry about it.
Recreational.
No. Gosh.
Which is a tough business, I assume.
I don't want to split hairs either, but Stedman was the board operator, so I think that makes Jackson by default number one.
Yes!
No. Projo's still number one to me.
Because of the landing strip?
Yeah, I mean, he's the pioneer. He shepherded, through a lot.
You feel like you should have a landing strip just in his honor?
I'm kind of out on decorative body wear, like body hair.
Decorative body wear.
Like designs.
Who do you know that's in who is a male outside of producer Joe?
Right, that's, the producer Joe one. I don't really know of any other ones you could do. I guess people do designs. I'm out on that.
People do designs.
You'd have to have a lot of hair. A lot of hair.
Yeah.
I've done some stuff with my chest hair before.
What have you done?
Just little designs, little carvings, arrows.
Yeah, not on that.
And how does that go over with your friends?
Strongly.
It does.
I think you trim in some places, then everywhere else you just let nature happen,
Yeah.
Just let it grow. Although I have really long, wispy, blonde arm hair that's pretty unattractive.
Cut that off.
Being honest.
Well, maybe you cut that into some sort of handsome design.
Is cutting your arm hair, how would that be deemed?
I think you're a
Weird.
bodybuilder, you shave your...
Yeah, that's one thing, but I'm certainly not that.
Guys, wasn't it on your show where Vitali told his story? He had it reversed, and the nurse was his St. Justin's grade school nurse. That's what the 314.
Yeah, it's a snip, snap,
He
snip,
did
snap.
share that story. Mm-hmm. It horrified the audience. Martin, he got the procedure, then he got it undone, and then he got it again. And something happened in a parking garage somewhere, too. And that was...
that's his thing?
That's again, we're not going to kink shame, because that's something that the show is... Very stringent.
Blues related. Big Walt will join us tomorrow at 9:30.
Walter!
Yeah, really? He's been dodging us for a while.
He has been.
He was last seen partying with the Cup. He said he was traveling a bunch, scouting. But
God, he's got to be living the greatest life going.
He was out of town the night Brady was here last Thursday for the Senators game, but he said he's been traveling a lot. But Big Walt, with the kids, Matthew went in. Last seen, Big Walt was partying with the Cup. We have not talked to him since.
I'm looking forward to talking it over with Walter.
Sure.
It's not that bad getting snipped, but I'm still astounded that Vitali reversed it. What a dumbass. So CBC. That's from Chairman Steve, and he is in Wildwood, Doug.
You might want to have kids, and I wasn't so sure who had the vasectomy reversed. And then when you said you definitely didn't want to have kids, who had it reversed back? Snip, snap, snip, snap, snip, snap.
It sounds like a...
No idea the physical toll the 3 vasectomies have on a person.
There it is.
Mental toll as well.
I thought that was Vitali for a minute.
Life imitates art.
Get involved on the program. Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming your way. Martin, you know something about Design Air.
Design Air Heating and Cooling has been taking care of folks in St. Louis. The industry's changed over the years, but for more than a century, there's one name you can count on, and that's Design Air. It's Seth Goldcamp's family business. He's 4th generation. That means as the industry has changed, you get all kinds of great new equipment and service repair. It gets a little more streamlined, but you have the same dedication to that great service. That's what you get with Design Air. Book online at designairservice.com. Get a tune-up before winter arrives year-round. You can count on Design Air, also the longest-running TMA sponsor. So when you do business with them, you're supporting the show. And we love hearing those first-hand accounts. I think Manute Bowl eligible is a 2-time Design Air visitor this year because he would send in notes about the service he had done. So make sure all your heating and cooling needs are taken care of, and the only name you need to know is Design Air Heating and Cooling.
There it is. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. I'm online right now scheduling my furnace tune-up with Design Air. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up at the end of the program. BK and Ferrario at 11 o'clock and the Fast Lane at 2 o'clock. Anthony Stalter will be available, but we are having an emergency board meeting for the Spread Zone podcast presented by FanDuel after we went 1-10 on Saturday. 1-10.
Maybe they'll shut down the operation.
Stalter has the Chiefs tonight. I have the Jaguars, which means we're both 1-5 right now. And that means one of us is going 1-6 no matter what.
What's the spread?
3.
Chiefs?
Chiefs -3. I feel like
I don't
this
know
is
what to make of the Jags.
the classic case of Monday night, spread seems suspicious, people bet the Chiefs, and the Jaguars cover. That's what it feels like to me as somebody who may or may not have operated a sports gambling operation in Columbia, Missouri in the late 1990s. Because the statute of limitations is up, I will do your podcast.
And you've got the Chiefs? Or
I got the
Jags?
Jaguars.
You got the Jags.
Yeah.
When you were running this gambling operation, did you ever have to deal with any stool pigeons?
I had a few people who did not pay, and I'd like to think they still are suffering from sleepless nights.
Oh, gosh.
Never known if the Tam Avenue Capital Partners will ratchet up some heavies to chase them down and, do some leg breaking.
Yeah. That's the business you've chosen.
Hyman Roth.
Mm-hmm.
Hyman Roth. Michael Corleone. Think about it.
Topless.
Danish.
So people would just come to your fraternity room with a handful of cash and lay down their bets?
Parking lot under the Arnold Water Tower.
Oh, you came home for it.
How did people know the lines? I've always wondered that with before online sports gambling.
Newspapers?
Yeah, that'd be that. And then my guy who would come over to my place, I'd still be in bed. It's 11 o'clock. That's too early for me to be getting up. And he would take the wagers.
Got it.
And then they'd say, I want the Fighting Tigers. Well, the Tigers are getting 27.5 in Lincoln this afternoon. He goes, I see it's 28. I'm sorry, it's 27.5. And if you got a problem with that, you're going to have to call next door, huh?
Yeah, okay. Makes sense. So there's a lot less shopping of lines, I imagine.
Yeah.
You kind of took what you got.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh. I'm glad we're right where we're at now, although we're still fighting that fight.
You guys going to wager on Mizzou this way? Or is that
No.
too emotional?
No.
Now, Martin, if somehow, and I don't know how this would happen, but if somehow it got to a point where Alabama was getting points, then yes. Here's what I fear. Let's say the number's 3.5. Alabama wins 24-21. I lose the cash and I lose the game. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I can't have that
It's
happen.
too much to deal with.
That's right.
Yeah, I guess you could do Bama money line, but then you're going to have
I
to
think
put
I'm
up,
like minus 150 on
yeah,
that.
for sure. So
I'm laying
out
down
on that.
150,000?
No one wants to do that.
And Doug, it's a gold rush. Does that mean that's for the crowd? But does that mean
it's a gold rush.
The Alabama game's a gold rush. Does that mean the team will be wearing
are they
gold?
going to wear?
Oh,
Jackson's worried.
No.
So I just saw him shake his head, Martin.
I'm asking if the gold rush, which is for the fans, does that mean that you're saying it doesn't correlate to the uniform, Jack?
Correct. I don't think it'll have anything to do with the uniforms. I don't think they're going to come out in gold jerseys. Not against Bama. They don't do that.
They're not going to do that slap and tickle stuff?
No. It'll be black jerseys, hopefully the Block M, because the last time they beat Alabama in 1975, they were wearing the Block M helmet. So
and that'll be a factor in this game.
Bring out the Block M helmet, bring out the black jerseys, and they'll probably go white pants.
Will they announce this? They don't do it anymore?
Sometimes they do, sometimes they
Can
don't.
there be an offensive lineman playing a guitar in a barn?
If they want to win, they better have that, but I don't think they will. But yeah, that would be my guess. Block M helmet, black jersey, white pants.
Tim, do you own a gold outfit?
Gold shirt is
Do you
tough.
wear like a gold blazer?
Sequins.
It's tough.
Sequins.
Yeah, well, don't most people have to go to the store to buy something if you're going to a game? And
my goodness.
It's a gold rush?
Or if you have a gold T-shirt.
Who has a gold T-shirt?
People, what do you mean?
Out of your drawer, Doug, grab your your favorite.
Missouri
I don't have that.
Okay, so you don't have doesn't mean nobody has
That means
it.
I got to go to a rally house.
Gold T-shirt.
Or just don't wear it. Don't wear gold.
Well, then you're not part of the gold rush.
You're not going to be arrested.
Take your shirt off and bronze yourself.
Yeah, just go topless.
But bronze yourself. Go
it's
to the
either
tanning bed.
wear gold or go topless. Those are your two options.
You have a lot of gold in your
I think I have one gold Missouri T-shirt they gave at a basketball game or something.
Have
yeah,
you?
Sure.
Okay.
It's not my favorite. It's not in the rotation, but it's there.
Okay. All right.
What if they wear yellow jerseys? Doug's going to be madder than a hornet.
Yes. That would look terrible. The yellow jerseys and white pants is not a good look.
But if you have a gold rush for the crowd, doesn't that equate to the no relation at all?
Well, they had a white out and they didn't wear white, correct?
They had a blackout.
And
I
wore black.
I don't know if they've had a white out yet. Have they? Who would that have been against? Not Central Arkansas.
What was the South Carolina
blackout?
game? No. I retract my statement then.
We'll see.
Okay.
I think the gold rush looks really good on TV.
Kansas was the stripe out. Remember that?
Yeah. Stripes. Tiger stripes. I think all that looks really cool.
Wear black for South Carolina.
Yeah.
That was the
I wore
black
dark gray.
Rebel.
Yeah.
No theme on homecoming.
Blackout can get a little warm on an afternoon game in September.
Yeah.
Hey, Ho Chi Cheapo, shut up about the Bama game. If you can't afford to go, you can't talk about it. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
Gosh.
It's a ridiculous statement.
It's rude.
It's a ridiculous statement rooted in falsehoods.
I think you should go.
I don't really I am totally fine watching it on television, totally locked in, not having being super far away or not knowing what's going on in the field, early kick. I haven't gotten to watch that many games on TV this year. I've listened to several on the radio because of other obligations, and the only games I've watched on TV are against UMass or Central Arkansas. So I'm okay watching this one on television.
At home?
Yeah. Watch game day before SEC Nation's coming to Columbia.
I'd be flipping back and forth with that ILL in Ohio State. That's what
I'll have that, I'll have that.
Georgia and Auburn's playing at the same time. Ole Miss and Washington State's playing at the same time.
I know. What the hell are they doing?
What's going on with
the
slate?
It's the slate, and the slate was weak as hell. The night slate this weekend was terrible.
Wasn't it just brutal?
It was terrible. I guess in theory they had Miami, Florida State, which they thought was going to be a closer game. I think Miami's it's them and Ohio State as the best teams for sure.
Not so fast, my friend.
You don't think Miami's got it like that?
I'm not saying anything against Miami. I'm just saying you're not recognizing a team that very few people are talking about.
The Texas Tech Red Raiders.
Texas Tech Red Raiders.
They're the biggest lock to make the college football playoff today.
You go into Utah and do what they did to that offense in Utah,
right?
And with their quarterback getting hurt in that game, Texas Tech, I don't know what to say. I mean, Texas Tech is the poster child for a billionaire alum going, I just want to win a national championship. Here's a bunch of money. I can give you $50 million, and it doesn't impact my day-to-day life in any capacity. Sorry to my heirs and heiresses, but I want to see a national championship. I don't think they've allowed more than 14 points. I think they've allowed 57 points in their 5 games.
Yeah,
and that's Texas Tech, known for their offense back in the day with Mike Leach and Cliff Kingsbury.
Yeah.
And now they got a defense, and they've got a very favorable schedule. They go to Tempe here in a couple weeks, and they got BYU at home. Other than that, have at it. Texas Tech is legit. I don't blame people for not knowing about them, but Texas Tech is something else.
No, I think they're outstanding. I just think
if you're looking on what somebody's done so far, it's without question Miami. I don't even know how.
Yeah.
I don't even know how you can put anybody else there based on what they've done so far.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as if you wanted a value play right now, it's Texas Tech. They're pretty sick. All right, it is approaching 10 o'clock. Martin, I know you got a big day of onboarding. And who onboards now that Heim has his responsibilities?
Actually, we've had some guest speakers. Gersh stopped by last week.
Really?
He heard all about this. He saw what it did for Heim, so he thought he'd check it out.
And they speak for an hour and a half or so?
Yeah. We have to take notes. Occasionally we have a quiz. Then sometimes there's, somebody in management says, hey, here's what you do. If you get a caller that starts talking snippy snip talk, here's how you cut that short.
That's what Gersh came in talking about?
He had a different theme, yeah. We go over every scenario possible that could come up on a radio show.
This is what goes on at onboarding.
Jackson's awkward headphones. We're going to address that today.
Attend to it.
Feels like that.
Shout out to the chairman for letting me use his.
There you go.
Big shout out to the chairman.
If you are feeling sluggish on a Monday morning, that can be just a Monday morning, or it can be a symptom of low testosterone. If you or your family see any change and you're not quite yourself anymore, struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love, put it this way, if your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? It could be you're getting older or work stress, or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never got the memo. Mentality can help change that. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something is off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today with Mentality. That's mentalityhealth.com. It's 10 o'clock in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers as we close out the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. This is TMA 101 ESPN. If you have worked with Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build, then you have been enjoying the last couple of months of incredible weather in the St. Louis metropolitan area. This has been something else. And if you're thinking to yourself, you know what? While we've had this great weather and we don't have a wonderful outdoor living space, let's make sure we take care of that going forward. I recommend going to Aesthetic Design and Build. You can see what they do by going to their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, or you can just go online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Let them know I sent you their way. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces, and that goes back more than 3 decades. I was so impressed after seeing their showroom. I had them to my home, and I recommend you have them to yours for a full-on custom deck if you're looking to add on a pergola, or even if you're looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. Aesthetic Design and Build really does have answers for it all. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. James Carlton is in the studio. James Carlton, I feel like, should be on the Mount Rushmore of TMA producers. Actually, he always comes in with something good, Doug. He does. And I bet he's got something now. James is going to be with us here for a part of the 10 o'clock hour. Then we'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. That's all coming up here on TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic St. Louis company founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home now for 135 years. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues and the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world. Their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. MLB playoff action today as the Dodgers take on the Phillies. The Dodgers have a 1-0 lead in that series, and the Cubs-Brewers will take place at 8:08 p.m. this evening, with Milwaukee leading that series 1-0. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN. Doug, James Carlton's over on your right. Did you see him?
I saw him sitting over there. Hello, James.
Well, good morning, everyone.
What's the good word?
It's Bama week.
It's Bama week. Jackson's not going, and Worsenwood's Wacko says Jackson shouldn't be allowed to talk about it since he's not going.
He's a coward for not
Can't
going.
talk about it if you don't go. Well, I can't wait. Get up early, head on down, and you know what? Gabe DeArmond tweeted out the board for Bama talking about this game, and they're giving Mizzou a lot of respect, but the consensus was they hated the 11 a.m. kickoff, and they're all mad about it.
God bless. I'm with Roll Tide.
And we can all,
Is it a noon kickoff there, Doug? Is Alabama and Eastern time zone?
I'm sure it is.
And that got me to think, let me ask ChatGPT if there's a definitive advantage based on the time of the kickoff in college
We're
football.
talking with AI right here on the program.
Nothing. I couldn't find anything on it. There's no definitive stat that there's a better kickoff time, but they seem to hate the time. We seem to hate the time,
Nice.
so that's even there.
I would love to know how this all took place, where they set it up months ago.
Yeah.
And then you have LSU getting a night game this weekend against South Carolina.
Right.
Lane Kiffin, I'm sure, enjoying that. And then you got Auburn and Georgia and Ole Miss and Washington State are all playing at the same time as Missouri and Alabama.
There's 3 ranked matchups this weekend, and 2 of them are being played at 11 a.m. It's Ohio State, Illinois, and Alabama, Missouri.
That spread surprised me, how much Ohio State's getting.
I agree with you. And I'm not saying that I haven't thought through what I would do with that, because, again, I need to talk to that Kerry Davis and see what the Illinois health is in their secondary, which played a role in the blowout in Bloomington. But the Missouri line against Alabama, it opened at Alabama -5.5, and now it is down to 3, I am seeing, James. And it, of course, depends on where you're wagering.
I think that's the exact number I thought it would be.
3?
Between 3 and 4. That's exactly where I thought it'd be.
How crestfallen will you be if Missouri doesn't win this one?
Well, I'm kind of taking a risk here. The last time I went to a home game and they lost was obviously 2023, an 11 a.m. kickoff against LSU. My uncle from Biloxi, Mississippi, drove up and we went to that game. And guess who's coming with me on Saturday? We're going for revenge, baby. Let's go.
Now I'll sit with Jackson and watch the game. Jackson, you mind if I bring the 3-year-old?
Please. Is he at least driving, or do you have to do driving?
Yeah, we haven't determined that yet.
Let him drive.
Yeah, let him drive. So I can have some morning beers. That's great. Yes. No, I can't wait. I think Mizzou's got as good a chance as ever. Just like Gabe said, they run the ball incredibly well, which should help control time of possession. You're looking at Bama's season stats, and obviously Ty Simpson shows really well with 13 touchdowns and 1 pick. But the rest, even their top receiving, Jeremy Bernard, 392 yards. That's what Coleman has. Their top rusher, who's been hurt, obviously, is Jam Miller with 182
he
yards.
didn't play against Florida State.
So, there are some reasons to be optimistic for the Tigers, and obviously Vegas agrees. That's a really tight spread.
You bring in the whole family? Or just going?
God, no.
Well, what's wrong with the other family members?
I'm a family man with a family plan. Are you disappointed in me for bringing my family?
It's a high-risk play, but I like how your wife has a commitment there, yes.
She really wanted to go, and she thought, considering my 3-year-old has all these Mizzou football, baseball cards around his bedroom, she's like, we got to take him. And just think, his first game will be the Alabama game. And I'm like, as long as you stick to the moment he causes hell. And yesterday, if you were at the putting green at Family Golf at 12:45, you saw what I'm talking about.
What do you do?
Oh, Doug. Then that's fine. Then I'll sit there, or probably stand there with the 8-year-old, and I'll be locked in. But the 3-year-old, I'm out on that.
Did he miss a 2-footer?
Well, it's a great question, James. My 8-year-old, they had a little 5K on Saturday. And Doug, as young tykes are one to do when they're racing, and I guess it was like the whole school, a couple kids tripped, and so he kind of got trampled.
Oh, yikes.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
It's so he's got beat up, got, whatever, injuries on his chin, knees, hands. And so he's my playing partner, of course, in the family golf parent-child tournament. And he's got bandages on his hands, so he's like, I probably can't play. I said, all right, well, I already paid for it, so we'll bring your brother out there, the 3-year-old. Because he always nobody wants to go to the driving range more than the 3-year-old. And I'm like, that'll be fine. And then, sure enough, the 8-year-old, was it Doug? Was it Willis Reed?
Limping onto the court.
Yeah, exactly. At the Garden. That's what he did. And he was good to go. And so the 3-year-old was out.
Didn't get to play.
And then I wouldn't get him a Gatorade because we're not going to start that crap. And,
get the child a Gatorade.
Shot at me out of nowhere there.
No. We're gonna operate on the Tim Senior style of parenting, and too damn bad. I got a water in the bag, and if you don't want that, then it's too damn bad. And then there was some real issues on the putting green with the player. So if that goes on in the stands at Faroe Field on Saturday, my wife says she's handling it. That's fine.
Yeah, well, that's incredible.
Off you go.
So that would be a
Simon
difference.
Cowell. Off you go. That's fine. Off you go.
My little grandson is so well behaved. I can't believe it at times. He was at my house this weekend. He's not yet 2, won't be 2 till Christmas, and he made a mess with the toys. And then I said to him, thinking nothing would come of it, Gordy, put the books away. And he says, okay. Turned around, walked away, picked up about 10 books, put them exactly where they were supposed to go on the bookshelf, and that was that.
Oh, my God.
My own kids won't do that now. They're in their 30s.
Oh, my God.
He just looked at me and said,
you got a holy man.
He still stole that remote.
Did I see that he's online dating as well?
Yeah.
Was he on Hinge?
I think Bumble. Bumble. He lets the women come to him.
You're a lucky grandfather.
Yeah, because they're either compliant or combative, and this one is just totally compliant. I was stunned by that. You're actually going to pick the books up. I ask you to do something, and you're really going to do it. I almost didn't know how to behave myself. I hadn't experienced anything like that before.
He's a champion. We need to have him on the program.
Tim, you watch a lot of college football. What's your confidence level on Saturday?
It was on a 1 to 10, James, going into the Vanderbilt game, 3. And now I am total coin flip on it. My honest answer is coin flip. I know it's whatever, but I'm not going to lie to the audience either. Coin flip. It's, I was rewatching it, and I think it's healthy. Healthy isn't the right word. I think in my role, it's good to rewatch a game knowing the outcome so you can focus on certain things as opposed to the outcome of the play. And so to see the issues that Alabama's had with the run defense, with their safeties taking the wrong lanes on the ball carrier, it's what Missouri has going on, except with wide receivers and tight ends, and that they're picking the wrong guys or just nobody in particular. And I'm intrigued to see the strength versus weakness on both sides of the football, one through the air and, of course, on Missouri's end, through the ground. I think the thing that college football fans as a whole, I don't want to say have to, but I as a college football fan, I'm getting used to, is this is so much different than maybe even 5 years ago, and that we're not sitting there going, can you believe the Broncos won yesterday? You go, okay, that can happen. 2 weeks ago, can you believe the Packers lost to the Browns? Of course, it's surprising, but you don't go, the Packers got to fire Matt LaFleur. That's not the way that it works. And now with this style of off-season with the transfer portal and NIL, this is more NFL than it is college football. Yeah. And so whereas it used to be all about brands, now you can see programs like take your pick of Vanderbilt being the extreme, but a Texas Tech that had a great 2008 with Michael Crabtree, but has never really been at the forefront of the national. And perhaps, whether it be Ole Miss or Missouri or somebody else.
Indiana's no good.
Indiana's a really good example. Yes, might be the best example,
We'll find out a lot about them this weekend, too.
You got that, too. I guess that's the other third matchup you were talking about, Jackson, with the ranked.
Yep.
You got Indiana,
Oregon.
2:30?
2:30 kick with Oregon -7 in the hay.
So 12:30 in Eugene, 11 in Champaign, and 11 in Columbia. Nice work, asshat.
No. Do you think I'm crazy in thinking that Kirby Moore, with 2 weeks to prepare, is expecting them to sell out to stop the run, and they just come out aggressive as all get out on Saturday?
And start throwing all over the place?
I mean, they came out aggressive against LSU and jumped off to an early lead. Obviously, that was a bad defense. But I would love for them to set the tone and just get really aggressive. Now, you also could argue,
hey, going play action downfield to Speedy Keys.
I think so. I mean, I'm
Jackson would
stretching the field early.
Be fired up.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you see their defense come out and they're clearly there to stop the run.
Yeah.
Because if I'm them, that's exactly the defense I would come out as. I'd make Bo Prabula beat us.
The Missouri rushing attack also in the second half of games has really been a highlight. Like after the defensive line is getting a little tired, that's when the offensive line comes out and Ahmad Hardin can go crazy.
Oh, I can't wait.
If you're able to keep it tight in the first half and then come out in that second half, I think pounding the run will be even more. Although Alabama did look a lot better in the second half defensively against Vanderbilt, so also a key point to keep in mind. It's a really interesting matchup on both sides of the ball.
If you look at Georgia versus Alabama, Alabama was having their way in the first half, got shut out in the second half to that same Georgia team that was getting absolutely boat raced on the defensive side of the ball by Tennessee the prior week.
I'm saying it's NFL now.
It's crazy. Yes, I don't know what to expect. I try to figure out what Ty Simpson's stats were against the blitz to see if the Tigers need to bring pressure. I mean, he did throw his lone interception of the year this past week against a blitz, but outside of that, he's been pretty darn good. So I don't know what the defensive game plan will be.
He can move a little too.
I don't think you have to dedicate somebody as much as you
I
did
don't think so.
to Sellers or Daniels.
Sellers and Daniels.
I don't think you need that.
Simpson. I won't expect it anyway.
And I have a lot of confidence in the tackling of the linebackers. Carnell. I mean, the Tigers are a good tackling team. It's just, are they going to be able to contain big plays? I mean, that's the big fear.
Here's what cannot happen. You cannot get blown out. You cannot get blown out. That just can't happen. Obviously I love the Colonel. I totally disagreed with him last year after the Texas A&M game. That was like a loss and a half, or 2 losses. You can't, like Illinois now. Illinois is in a spot where, because of the way that they got blown off the field against Indiana, it's a lot different than Vanderbilt, for example. And I realized that was a late touchdown. But aesthetically, that stuff matters, and you can't have that happen. So that's the one thing. It would surprise me. Going into the A&M game, that was coming off the Vanderbilt game.
Yep.
And I'm like, this is a little rough here. I don't know. But what I kept telling myself is, well, they almost lost to Middle Tennessee, and then they nearly won the SEC. So, going back to 23. And now it's just one of those things with college football. I don't know if you're going to have the dominant forces. I think the closest that you have is Miami.
Yeah.
Because they truly were. That's another score that was not indicative of the dominance.
Right.
That was ridiculous. Florida State nearly covered, which would have been helpful to the Spread Zone podcast, which, again, emergency board meeting after we went 1-10 on Saturday, me, Stalter, and Riz. 1-10 emergency board meeting. Thank you to our guy Fran Brown for backdoor covering against SMU. Otherwise, 0-11. And I think at that point, FanDuel just shuts the thing down. I think FanDuel just shuts the thing down.
You put a gone fishing sign on the door.
Yeah, and I'll wrap her on.
I mean, Doug's football Cardinals yesterday had the loss of all losses.
I had the Cardinals minus 8.5 on the Spread Zone podcast.
We've seen the guy drop at the goal line. We've seen that before. It's an awful play. We've seen that. But to be followed up by an interception and then the slap and tickle that's going on and then a fumble recovery for a touchdown for the offense, that was unbelievable. They lost to the worst team in football.
The Titans are bad.
For keeping it 100, we ass.
Keeping it a buck.
Keeping a buck.
Keeping a buck, that's right.
James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. He's my insurance agent. I'd like to recommend him to everybody. And my goodness, that Jamie Rivers.
That was a great testimonial, and that's all true.
Big
by the way.
fan.
Yes.
Oh yeah, the money he's saving working with you. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. James, enjoy the game this weekend.
All right, thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you, James.
That's James Carlton. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring, family owned and locally operated for over 30 years right here in the St. Louis area. Online at igotfloored.com. That's Michael's Flooring, longtime TMA sponsor. You can go online right now at igotfloored.com and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to them, and you are going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate is telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's has continued to grow through 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interest of the buyers at heart. They have it all. Carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve, they're in Darden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloored.com. It's TMA 101 ESPN. You can podcast the show. Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond with us earlier on, and that's via the Schaefer Door Company podcast here on TMA. Schaefer Door, longtime TMA sponsor. That's Jason Gosrow and his team at Schaefer Door Company, SCHAEFER door.com, SchaeferDoor.com. And they set up a number specifically for TMA listeners, and that number is 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. And if your garage door breaks over the weekend, they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well, so if you run a warehouse or business with big, tall doors, Schaefer's experienced in these types of jobs. Go to SchaeferDoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door, a CHI overhead door dealer. That's SchaeferDoor.com. We will take a commercial break. Come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. It's October, and this is when the weather really starts to shift. The mornings are crisp, the evenings are cooler, and before long, those chilly fall breezes will turn into full-blown winter winds. If your home's already feeling drafty or your energy bills are creeping up, now is the time to do something about it before the cold really sets in. And Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever with an October deal that's packed with value. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free with no limit. Plus, enjoy 0% interest for 3 full years. And to top it off, get an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project when you schedule this month. So while you're swapping out your wardrobe and breaking out the jackets, go ahead and prep your home for colder weather too. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free in-home estimate. Buy 2, get 2 free, 0% financing for 3 years, bonus $500 off, and you'll be glad you did. And just like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. TMA 101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And coming up, and I see Chairman Stephen Wildwood has emailed in. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up. The email starts, "Hey, mommy's husband?"
That's going to be an edit on the fly one.
Oh, is that right? I'm going to have to edit on the fly?
Should it make it to the filtered file, but I trust your ability to do so.
Okay. So you can send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Doug, Jackson, and I have sent out a notice to the listening audience. We're looking to buy, I guess it's 15 tickets now?
Yeah.
15
all in the
tickets
same
to Missouri,
section,
Alabama?
preferably.
15. What would that cost you? Well, at $200 a piece.
$3K?
Yeah.
All right. Good deal. We're in. So that's what we'll be doing. So if you have tickets, you can sit with, Doug, are we big wheels in the market?
I think we're big wheels in the market.
On Saturday at 11 a.m. I'm looking to Venmo somebody, preferably by 11 o'clock,
We have
with 4 tickets.
Early weather report on Columbia.
Glorious conditions for the players.
Good.
Glorious conditions in Columbia. Glorious conditions in Champaign.
Nice.
Glorious.
Yeah. Oh, my God. High of 79 on Saturday.
How do you
Perfect.
do?
Nothing but sun. It'll probably be
Nothing
about
but sundresses.
About 74 degrees at kickoff.
I see the hunchback of Vaughn Castle says in the text line, if Missouri wins, will the narrative be Missouri has arrived or Bama has fallen?
I don't think it can be Bama has fallen because of the wins against Georgia and Vanderbilt. If you were to play, Missouri played Bama before those 2 games, then yes, the narrative would be Alabama has lost it. But now I think it might be Missouri has arrived.
I agree with you, mainly because of the Georgia thing, because I think Vanderbilt is still viewed from their historical problems.
Yeah.
But yes, the Georgia thing helps mitigate that. Now, if Auburn beats Georgia,
that could change things.
Oh, Georgia really should have 2 losses right now.
Yeah.
Of course, you can make a case that Georgia should be undefeated right now.
For sure.
That's what I'm saying. So you look at the overall body of work, but then you can still get into the transitive property. And I believe if you do the transitive property, that means Old Dominion's the best team in the country.
Right. Yeah. If you eventually arrive at that point. Now, Florida money line against Texas A&M has me very curious.
You're taking Florida on the road?
I think their defense.
And you love those yell eaters?
No. Boy, A&M's got it bad, and that ain't good.
Do you hear that? A&M's got it bad. What do you hate, Marcel Reed?
Because they have cheerleaders?
I'm pretty down on Marcel Reed at the moment.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that we've all of a sudden got a gig 'em take.
I think that Florida's defense is for real. Their offense is trash.
What about DJ Lagway this past Saturday?
Looked better. I think, but their defense sets the tone, and I don't know if A&M is all that. I'm the jury's still out on that one. I'm not sure on that.
But you're going Florida money line.
I'm thinking about it.
You going Gers money line?
No, but Texas minus 3.5 I love because that makes no sense. Why is Texas a favorite?
Texas is a 3.5 point favorite against Oklahoma this weekend.
Makes absolutely zero sense.
So you're going to bet Texas.
And so I'm going to bet the Longhorns, yeah. With the front 7 that Oklahoma has, they sacked, Jackson Arnold 10 times when they played Auburn. And the biggest problem with Arch Manning is he doesn't know when to throw the ball. He just holds it while taking sacks.
Do you like that when a quarterback just holds it?
I don't mind it if it's
just literally sit there and get smoked. So you're like, well, how could they possibly be favored against Oklahoma? Exactly right. Let's take the Longhorns.
Okay. I think the most underrated team could be Notre Dame.
They might be one of the 10 most talented teams in college football. They just unfortunately have 2 losses.
Oh, I think they are.
But see, that's where we get into the overall process because they are 2 snaps away from being undefeated with wins in Miami and at home against A&M.
Right. 2 teams that are currently right now in the top 5.
Right. Mm-hmm. And that's the whole.
And they don't play anybody the rest of the way.
Right.
No ranked teams.
Shout at NC State. Doug, did you have a problem with NC State and Virginia playing a non-conference game even though they're in the same conference?
What kind of sense does that make?
Wait, hold on.
They couldn't get anyone else to play them? They couldn't get a non-conference opponent to come
So they're
in?
playing an extra conference game because
they didn't, but it did not count as a conference game.
Are they playing each other twice this year?
No.
Oregon State and Washington State have 2 conference games against one another this year, don't they?
Yeah, well, they're the only teams in the conference.
Right.
ACC, however, is flush with teams. So many that I couldn't name them if you gave me $10,000 right on the spot.
It's always tough because Maryland was 1 point in the ACC.
They're Big Ten.
They're Big Ten. I know that now.
Doug, they had a great Big Ten matchup with Washington. They were leading 20-0.
Awful. And the third quarter, they were leading 20. They were up 20-dick.
SMU is ACC.
Are they?
Would you like me to read you the SMU is ACC?
Yeah.
Virginia, Duke, Georgia Tech, Miami, SMU, Louisville, California, Pittsburgh, Stanford, Virginia, NC State, Syracuse, Wake Forest, Clemson, North Carolina, Florida State, Boston College.
Right. But when NC State and Virginia played this year, it wasn't a conference game.
Well, that makes no sense.
So, therefore, Virginia's one loss is to NC State. But they're undefeated in the ACC. Do you follow me?
Not really.
It's a fact.
It could be Virginia and Miami in the ACC. Georgia Tech's
the best team in the country.
I think Miami's not the problem in that.
Virginia's undefeated in the conference.
I guess. So the Florida
Stanford's
State
in the
game?
ACC. Stanford's in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
The D-Gen game of the week was people betting Duke in California late night on Saturday night. The classic ACC matchup.
You can probably see the Pacific Ocean from the Stanford campus.
Yeah, it's on the shores of.
And they play in the Atlantic Coast Conference.
Make it make sense. And then they play conference games that aren't conference games.
Right.
They just make up rules as they go.
Yeah.
Auburn can just claim national championships after a while. Bobby Petrino runs a coup. It's all sideways. It's all sideways in college football.
Runs a coup. John Scores asks, I think, what is a very good question. How does Tim not have a suite at Fro Field provided by the school for all he has done? Doug, that's in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. It is a good question, though.
I don't think I've ever sat in the suite for any Mizzou athletic event.
Never?
I don't think so.
I thought you were old money.
Yeah, one would think.
But not for a state school. Probably if it were SMU or Vanderbilt or one of those.
Yeah, Johns Hopkins.
Dartmouth. You'd have a suite for the Dartmouth games.
I don't even know if they have luxury suites at any of those Ivy League schools.
Well, have you seen the stadiums?
Well, if it's anything like UMass.
Yeah, they look like high school stadiums.
Yeah.
You can email in. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Boy, I see Timmy Walters is in there. Kevin Miller's in there,
wow.
Doug. I mean, some of the legends are in this competition coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and it's provided by Design Air Heating and Cooling. And Doug, you are a Design Air client just like me and Matten.
I wouldn't go anywhere else because Seth Goldcamp and his crew have taken great care of me and everyone on this dais, and they will do it for you as well. In fact, they've taken great care of St. Louisans since 1904. That's when they started out. Long time making customers happy and homes comfortable. Not just another HVAC company either. They also happen to be the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot. At the helm is Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation, family-owned business, and they value integrity. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. Might as well go ahead and schedule a little tune-up for your furnace right now. You know, sooner or later, the summer heat's going to go away, and it will be cold, and you want to make sure that furnace is up and running when it does. So schedule a maintenance service checkup right now. It'd be a smart thing to do. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule that service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman, as for Larry, the Silver Fox.
We've got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Monday Night Football action this evening right here on 101 ESPN as the Jags take on the Chiefs. Pre-game at 6 p.m., kickoff at 7:15 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. PK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. It is time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Best kisser I've ever been with? That's an easy one. My buddy Cliff's dad. Tip-top shape with a cool, thin, trimmed mustache. Had a David Niven thing going on.
Oh.
Doug, who's David?
An old actor. Old
He was
English actor. Well, not when I saw him. He was old.
Kind of looks like John Waters.
He was in a bunch of stuff.
Magnum P.I.?
Before that.
Casino Royale.
Pink Panther.
The Bishop's Wife.
So anyway, this guy's Cliff's dad looked like John Niven. It was the finals of our
David
neighborhood.
Niven.
Oh, Ballott's brother.
Okay.
It was the finals of our neighborhood jarts tournament. Both teams had a ringer canceling each other out. As I got ready to throw the critical last shot, Cliff's dad tried to break my concentration. Hey, you silly turkey, you have some Kool-Aid on your chin. I'll lick it off real quick. Like.
No.
And by quick, he meant grabbing my loins to knock off my balance? Doug, I don't know who that email comes from.
It comes from Kevin Miller. Miller.
It's crazy that
Kevin Miller.
Crazy that a guy like David Niven would be like a matinee star. He's handsome enough, I guess.
Doug, did you anticipate breaking down?
No. He was in a lot of things like in the 70s, but by that point he was in his own 60s probably himself.
He's got a John Waters-like mustache.
Well, we got to get him on to talk Missouri, Alabama, and Illinois, Ohio State.
He was born in 1910.
Died in 83. So I don't think...
And the Orioles won in 83, right?
It's true.
And you went and interviewed Earl Weaver?
Yeah, that was probably a little later than that.
Did you ask him about David Niven? David Niven just died, Earl.
You ever cross paths?
He would have replied, and we wouldn't have gotten it on tape.
Yeah, right. It would have been useless anyway.
There was a time when everyone knew who David Niven was.
I'm sure.
That time is not now.
In grade school, I was in a play about a frog that went around and talked to other animals. I won the coveted frog role. I remember all the kids looking out in the stands to see where their parents were sitting. And my dad wasn't there. He wasn't working. He forgot. He plumb forgot. Doug, that's from Midge.
Midge. Dad plumb forgot.
I heard Alabama's starting kicker, who is the adopted stepdad of power scribe John Talty, chose the Tide because, quote, the special teams coach popped Cisco's thong song into his 1989 Mazda Miata's cassette player, and we took turns taking duck lip selfies and grinding on each other where our bond was formed alongside the glaze on my kicking hammock. That's from, think about it, Doug, Connor Talty.
The glaze on my kicker hammock? Is that what he said?
Kicking hammock.
A lot of BS was just said, but their kicker is named Connor Talty.
Connor Talty. Yes,
Connor Talty, and he missed a field goal from 48 yards with Vanderbilt up 7-0. Am I right on that?
Yeah. He's actually a little.
What part was
go.
BS?
It's the meat of the email.
Oh.
You guys give me a lot to think about. You always do. Should I be running an SEC babysitting service with my unmarked panel van during big football weekends? Would my life have turned out differently if I had gotten into trashy mystery novels when I was in my 20s? Would clearing the well make me a more effective communicator? But mostly, am I prepared to discover that I have a predisposition to cuckoldry? That hurts me, fellas, and that hurts me deep. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of excuses, following a 7/8 cross-country flight.
Shooter McGavin, vice president of excuses.
Hey, mommy's husband, those seats on Saturday better be good, mother effer, and bottomless Gatorade. That's from the 3-year-old, Doug, also from Chairman Steve in Wildwood, and that's what we have.
Chairman Steve. Well, I'm going
heating and cooling email today.
I'm going to vote for Kevin Miller because I enjoyed reminiscing about David Niven. Kevin Miller gets my vote.
I kind of feel for Midge. I'm going Midge.
I like Kevin Miller too.
Kevin Miller has won the
Oh, how about that? Yeah, that's nice.
David Niven resets. Get you a prize here on this program. The prize, nothing.
Yeah, you get absolutely bupkis.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com anytime you want to win Bubkiss. That's the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. BK and Ferrari are coming up next. For Jackson Burkett, for Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.